All right, this is a 1-minute warning. Striped Bass Board is going to start in 1 minute. Take your conversations outside, and commissioners, please take your seats.
Yep.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. This is a meeting of the ASMFC Striped Bass Management Board. Our primary task today, amongst all the things on the agenda, is to consider drafted Addenda 4 for public comment. My name's Doug Grout. I'm the new chair of the Striped Bass Board. Lucky me. And I'd like to welcome you all here. First of all, we have an agenda here. Does anybody have any changes to the agenda? Pat?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of Mr. Gilmore, we'd like to add an item on Year of the Young under new business.
Okay.
And I think you'll get the detail from Mr. Gilmore on that.
Okay. I'll put that under other business. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could, just a moment or two under other business, just to update the board on the potential for funding for 2015 and 2016 cooperative winter tagging cruises, both the hook and line and the trawling.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Tom.
Just a question. We wanted to add a member to the plan development team, and if that needs board approval, I'd like to add that to the agenda.
Anything else? Any objection to the agenda as modified today? Seeing none, we'll move on to the approval of the proceedings from the February 2014 meeting. Does anybody have any changes or adjustments? Seeing none, I will see those stand approved as is. We also have at this point on our agenda, we have the opportunity for the public to comment on things that are not on the agenda. I have one person, Ken Hastings, that's signed up. Is this something that's not on the agenda, i.e. it's not related to Addendum 4? Because we will have public comment on that as we get to that point.
I guess I'm not sure there's anything on this agenda that isn't related to Addendum 4. Somehow it's a big deal. I was going by the second item in the policy document from the website. It says for topics that are on the agenda but have not gone out for public comment. Did I read that wrong? If so, I apologize.
No, as I said, on things that are on an agenda, we will be taking public comment at a different time in this agenda, and we'll be glad to take your comment on Addendum 4 once we get to that point on the agenda. This is just for something, if the public wants to comment on something that is not part of today's agenda.
Is the stock assessment part of today's agenda? I'm sort of in no man's land here. It's not clear to me what the rules are. I don't mean
that's the key. Is if it's in regard to Agenda 4, we will take comment then. But if you just want to have a general comment about the stock assessment, irrelevant of what's any of the options we have in Addendum 4, then you can go right ahead right now. I will limit my comments accordingly. My name is Ken Hastings. I'm a recreational fisherman from Maryland, and I'm here today representing Stripers Forever. Stripers Forever sent you some information where they adopted a 50% cut. That came from the stock assessment, and I think it's important to note that the stock assessment had that information in there as a starting point for a very conservative, risk-averse approach. Stripers is also concerned by something that wasn't mentioned before, that there are way too few large fish, being people from Maine and up in New England that catch a lot of big fish. They recognize when they're not catching very many fish. And so they started a Release a Breeder Club, a voluntary thing for recreational fishermen, to release a fish 36 inches or longer. There's a guide category and fisherman category. There's free membership. Decals and certificates are sponsored by Stripers Forever. And there's year-end drawing for prizes. The other thing that's happened that the recreational people are doing, and I'm sure there are people here from CCA Maryland,
they have a 1 fish per day. My limit is 1 to counteract the efforts to exploit the 2011 year class in the Chesapeake Bay. And they're looking at 24 to 36 inches to try to protect those fish. And it's designed to help conserve that 2011 year class a little more than's been done in the past. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hastings. Anybody else? Seeing none, we'll move down to the next agenda item, and that is to consider catch and release fishing in the EEZ. This is a possible action item, looking to see if we do or do not want to include this into Addendum 4. We have reports from the Law Enforcement, Technical Committee, and AP, and I'll turn to Kirk Blanchard first to give the Law Enforcement report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the winter 2014 meeting of the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission, the Striped Bass Management Board requested input on how enforcement is working within the EEZ. The context of the discussion is the board is considering making a recommendation, NOAA Fisheries, to allow catch and release fishing in the EEZ. However, before doing so, the board wants to fully understand how the current prohibition on targeting, harvest, and possession is working in the EEZ. The ASMFC Law Enforcement Committee met via conference call on February 16, 2014 to address the issue. Committee members present were from the states of Rhode Island and jurisdictions and authorities of the U.S. Coast Guard, Maine, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Virginia, NOAA OLE, and NOAA Office of General Counsel, New York, Delaware, Maryland, Connecticut, South Carolina, and North Carolina. Law enforcement offers the following comments relating to striped bass fishing regulation in the EEZ. The first point was illegal harvest activity. LEC members reported that varying levels of legal harvest activity have occurred in the New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, New York, New Jersey, Maryland, and Virginia. Enforcement is ongoing, and a number of successful cases have been publicized. I think most of you have read about them. However, enforcing a prohibition of harvest in the EEZ can be complicated by local factors. For example, in Virginia, recently the fish were concentrated farther offshore, making it difficult to locate and monitor activity without use of aircraft. This was actually beneficial to the stock also. Less people made the trip off to get to those fish. In federal waters in the vicinity of Block Island, private and for-hire vessels have attempted to take advantage of the contiguous state boundaries to elude enforcement checks. The second point was current enforcement and the activities. LEC members reported successful enforcement efforts to address illegal take and possession in the EEZ. However, there was an agreement that enforcement of possession in the EEZ is a very involved process when fish are otherwise legal to take in state waters. We've attempted to address that through covert and overt operations are used to target areas of known activity. States are coordinating cases with NOAA and the United States Coast Guard where appropriate. When cases have been made and publicized in local areas, this has resulted in a diminishment of illegal activity for some period of time. This is the issue that seems to be of most concern, I guess. Enforcement of targeting versus possession. The consensus of the LEC was that the enforcing targeting prohibitions in the EEZ is extremely difficult and, in fact, not occurring to any degree. Not occurring to any degree. Some states reported that targeting does occur, but making cases in court is difficult where intent must be proven. Most state regulations are written to address possession and take. Successful cases citing targeting generally require a level of surveillance that is not feasible. Further, such cases would need to be demonstrate fishing behavior that is consistent with repetitive effort and techniques for catching striped bass in the EEZ in order to be successfully prosecuted. Another complication ensues when anglers may be legally targeting another species, for example, bluefish off of New Jersey. Catch and release allowance in the EEZ. The consensus of the LEC was that allowing catch and release fishing would only exacerbate enforcement of illegal harvest and possession. In many cases, allowing catch-and-release fishing would offer a reason to be fishing in the EEZ at a time and location where an angler might not otherwise be fishing. This provides additional cover to illegally take a fish and transport it back to state waters. The LEC discussed existing catch-and-release opportunity for striped bass in the Chesapeake Bay, but in that circumstance, fishing activity can be more closely monitored and allowed in a relatively small area, and is allowed in a relatively small area. We went through a whole discussion on penalties and what we're doing with penalties, and some states have been able to increase their penalties with an understanding of what's going on the federal level. I'm not going to get into all that unless there's questions on that. That's it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Kurt. Are there any questions for Kurt? Okay, seeing none, we'll then move on to the Technical Committee report. Charlton Goodwin, our Technical Committee Chair, will give a report on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Striped Bass Technical Committee met via conference call to discuss the biological implications of allowing catch-and-release fishing for striped bass in the EEZ. We've talked about this topic for several times, and our conclusions hadn't really changed. From a biological standpoint, the Technical Committee concluded that opening the fishery for striped bass in the EEZ would not decrease fishing mortality, and it's at a time when the current F estimates are above the target level. Additionally, large female striped bass are known to overwinter offshore in the EEZ, and allowing a fishery for these individuals may reduce the reproductive output of striped bass spawning stock. Lastly, it's impossible for the Technical Committee to predict whether the opening the EEZ will result in a shift or an increase in fishing effort, but any fishing that occurs in the EEZ will result in a source of mortality that is currently minimized by the current prohibition. So the Technical Committee does not support opening the EEZ.
Thank you, Charlton. Any questions for Charlton? Seeing none, we'll go to the AP report. Kelly Place, welcome.
Yes, this report will be rather short because the advisory panel unanimously was opposed to the EEZ proposal, much for the same reasons the Technical Committee and the law enforcement. And apparently hell is frozen over because to get the advisory panel unanimous on anything, I guess the Democrats and Republicans must be making love on Capitol Hill. The only thing that they might have elaborated on was the various mechanisms, temporal and spatial, by which there would be additional mortality, and on the parts of the stock they could least afford it were there to be an EEZ fishery. And there are lots of different mechanisms, whether it's pulling fish from deep water or any number of other things that would be inherent to opening up that type of fishery that we think would probably, according to different people and for different reasons, have a higher mortality rate than the normal 8% or so that's normally charged for a normal fishery. So, therefore, I'll just leave it at that we are unanimously, for all the reasons you already know, opposed to that. Though I guess I will say that many of the different members came to that conclusion for different reasons. Some members didn't think that the state of the stock needed some of the actions that we're taking. Others think it's absolutely urgent that the F needs to be reduced. But regardless of that wide range of opinions on how much or if the benchmarks pertaining to F need to be changed, it didn't make much difference because everyone recognizes that right now an additional source of mortality would be unwise. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Any questions? Pat, did you have your hand up for this or something
Well, I was going to say have action. Motion when you're ready.
Let me see if there's any questions.
Response to the three reports we've had, it's obvious it's detrimental. We're in a decline. We are taking action to reduce the mortality rate. Whether it's 5%, 10%, it's an additional strain on the existing female stock. So when you're ready, I'd make a motion to remove this from the document.
If we don't want to have it in the document, we don't need to do anything. It's not in there. So unless somebody wants to Yes, my chairman, Lewis.
Upset the apple cart. I brought this up, I think it was me, only me, and it sounds like it's only me that likes the idea. And that's typical on certain things. I either get a unanimous vote or no votes. So, the point that I'm bringing up was trying to bring up is that this is occurring. It's happening and being enforced, I think, differentially along the coast. And it could provide some pretty extraordinary opportunities for our recreational fishing community, and particularly our charter boat fleet. What I had kind of hoped would happen through the deliberations and the discussions of the technical committee and the advisory panel and the law enforcement committee, maybe not so much the law enforcement committee, but would have been maybe some options that would have allowed this to happen. I certainly didn't expect that we were going to have a 28-inch minimum size limit, a 2-fish limit, and open hog wild and a catch and release only fishery in the EEZ. But narrowing the slot, reducing the bag limit, having it be part of the suite of reductions that could provide, that would not result in any increase in mortality, make it up in another way, might have been a better approach. And maybe that's the way I should have couched it in the beginning, but I think there may be a few more people than just one that thinks it's a good idea, but I just at least wanted to put my reasoning on the record for the board's consideration. Thank you.
Go ahead, Pat.
Yeah, the response is that you don't get a little bit pregnant. You're either all pregnant or you're not pregnant. And we are going to increase mortality, whether it's 1%, 5%, 10%. And with catch and release, I fished the EEZ for 13 years, and we on occasion caught some real cows. And when you're on a shark line at a 100-pound test, and you're pulling them in 300 feet or 200 yards, boy, they're beat up pretty bad. And no matter what method you use, whether you're up and down fishing or not, it's a tremendous strain on them. And again, go back to what our concern is about striped bass in total. Until the science gets better, and we've talked about it today, it's not the greatest, but it's what we have. We have identified the fact that this stock is borderline in trouble. And we've heard the public cry. We've heard the technical committee put together their report. We've had substantiating comments from the law enforcement as to, here's another monster we're going to create. Maybe not this year, maybe next year. Or 2016, when the stock has made that measurable turn and goes back up. I wouldn't kill it completely. I sure as all heck would keep it on the back burner, Dr. Daniel, for further consideration 2015, 2016, as the stock genuinely makes a turn up.
Rob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I agree to the back burner approach. In fact, there is a group of anglers in Virginia called the Focus Group, Recreational Fishermen, and they'll probably be looking to other states in the near future. They're very aware of the condition that they're under now and the timing of this, and I think really, and I mentioned this at the last board meeting, the interest is really at some point, which is a daunting task after 25 years, to have the jurisdiction be different than what it is right now. However, my concern is that make sure we indicate the stock condition situation that Pat is talking to, that the other part is we don't have the information from what I remember. So we don't get a whole lot of surveys that would capture that segment of the stock. The state surveys probably, the spawning surveys probably do not pick up enough biological information to adequately characterize that particular component of the stock. And I think that's the real question as we move sometime in the future. And I think it's going to be very difficult unless we have that information to do a whole lot.
Paul.
Choice of microphones here. I'm not opposing or supporting anything on this one, but striped bass has been the most successful recovery of all of our fisheries that we manage, not only here, but I think in the whole country. And now we've got a very odd situation where a state like North Carolina, because of perhaps environmental conditions, can't get any commercial benefits out of this resource, and now because of this discussion we're having now, they can't even have any fun with the resource. They can't even catch and release fish. So it seems to me that we've got to figure out a practical, sensible approach in the near future for how fishermen could continue to get benefits out of the resource. I recognize that the resource is on the decline. In terms of, I want to be careful about how we characterize the condition of the stock. It's not as in good shape, I guess, as it has been over the past 15 years. Right now, it's experiencing some fluctuations in abundance and biomass. So that's pretty clear. But under the current management approach, we can't forget that the rules that we do have in place on the directed fishery are pretty stringent and very protective of this resource. We're nowhere near anywhere where we've been historically with this fishery in terms of the type of pressure that's put on it. Both the recreational and the commercial limits are pretty stringent. So I'd like us to have an opportunity for this conversation to go on somehow, because I honestly don't know how enforcement could enforce a no catching and releasing of any fish. I just don't see how that stands up. I don't see how you issue a citation for that and how that translates in the real world. But nevertheless, it's a discussion that we need to continue, and I'm appreciative that we're not going to do that today. So,
Dennis Abbott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, the board at any future date can bring this subject up or any other subject up, but I think that until the time that we know or have the feeling that law enforcement has a different opinion, that the technical committee has a different opinion, and the advisors have a different opinion, and we also have some inkling that our federal partners would think this might be a good idea, that we're just spinning our wheels and wasting our time. And I think we probably ought to go into the next agenda item.
Any objections to that? Seeing none, we will move on. Okay, the next agenda item. Oh, you wanted to make Mike wants to make the board aware of some late materials that came to you regarding this issue.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to update the board that in supplemental materials, our colleague Wilson Laney had put together a chronology of the striped bass EEZ regulations and related actions by the Commission and our partner agencies. So that document was included in your supplemental materials and is just intended to be an update from the last time you saw this issue regarding everything that had occurred since then. Thanks.
Okay, Charlton, you're up next with a technical committee report on reference points.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as a statement of the problem, the Chesapeake Bay is operated under a Target F reference point that's different from the Target F for the coastwide population. The Target and Threshold F reference points for the coastwide population were redefined in the 2013 benchmark assessment. At the last meeting, the board tasked the TC to develop reference points for the Chesapeake Bay and the Albemarle Roanoke that were consistent with the new coastwide reference points. So to talk about some of the data and model limitations, there's a disconnect between what we know about the biology of striped bass and what we're able to model. The main two things of these, as we know, are stock structure and the sex composition of the catch by fleet. So first, to talk about the stock structure. We recognize 4 biologically distinct stocks of striped bass, of course, primarily the Chesapeake Bay, Delaware Bay, Hudson River, and the Albemarle Sound, Roanoke River. The coastal migratory population is made up of primarily on individuals from the 3 northern stocks. Based on tagging data, the Albemarle Roanoke stock contributes minimally to the coastal migratory population. And as we know, coastal fish tend to be larger and older than fish in the bays and the rivers due to the different migration patterns by sex and size. However, of course, the stock assessment model treats the striped bass on the coast as a single coast-wide stock because we do not have enough important information on the age and sex-specific migration rates between the rivers and the oceans. Relative to the Albemarle Roanoke stock, it is treated separately in data, including the harvest and survey indices from the internal waters, so the Albemarle Sound and the Roanoke River is not included in the assessment. Only harvest from the Atlantic Ocean is used in the assessment. So the 2013 assessment, the 2013 Statistical Catch-at-Age Striped Bass Assessment provides estimates of F and SSB for the entire coastwide population of striped bass, and we have the 2012 numbers of F and SSB estimates up there. They have been updated with 2013, but what the Statistical Catch-at-Age model cannot provide are stock-specific estimates of F or SSB for the Chesapeake Bay or any other stock. Rather, currently, the Statistical Catch-at-Age provides an estimate of the Bay Fleet F relative to the coastwide population. So, talking a little bit about the sex composition of the catch by fleet. The Chesapeake Bay fleet harvests more males than females, especially compared to the coastal fleet, and there's not as much sex ratio information available for harvest in other areas. We have pretty good sex information available for the Chesapeake Bay, but not the total harvest in all areas. We don't know the exact ratio because it's not monitored the way the structure of the catch is, and we feel we can probably calculate this with some additional data. So the model does not know what proportion of the total catch is male and female. It only gets information on age. It models all individuals as sexless and then applies an observed proportion female at age from fishery-independent data to estimate SSB. This was discussed extensively at the last benchmark assessment. The peer review panel discussed this and agreed that the non-sex specific model and the coastwide reference points were acceptable for management use at that time. So I think one of the most important differences in the statistical catch-at-age model versus the VPA model, of course, is the 3 different selectivity patterns. In the previous VPA model, there was one selectivity pattern that tried to account for the different harvest that went on in the bay versus the harvest that went on in the coast, the size, composition of that harvest. Now we have 3 fleets that are included in the most recent model. We have a selectivity pattern for the Chesapeake Bay, which is dome-shaped, a selectivity pattern for the coastal fleet, and then a selectivity for the commercial discards. So this is one of the key differences and will be important to remember moving forward discussing the reference point issue. As I said, this was an improvement on the previous assessment, which combined all landings into a single fleet. The F of the Chesapeake Bay is now is estimated by the statistical catch-at-age model. And this F could be compared to the Chesapeake Bay fleet reference point to assess overfishing status for the Chesapeake Bay fleet on the coastwide population. So the technical committee explored a number of ideas developing reference points for the Chesapeake Bay fleet that would ensure the impact of the Chesapeake Bay harvest on the entire coastwide population would remain sustainable. We looked at 5 models. A couple of them are various forms of spawning potential ratio and yield per recruit models. The limitation with these models is they do not take into account the impacts of the coastal harvest. The only way to measure the Bay F against the reference points would be through tagging. Of course, we have some concerns over the tag-based F estimates that show a different trend from the statistical catch-at-age F estimates. The overall Z, as we've talked about from the tagging before, kind of matches the overall Z from the statistical catch-at-age, yet it's difficult to parse out the F and fishing mortality and natural mortality from that tagging-based models. Another option was to look at historical tag-based data for a target. This would be an empirical method. The F target and limit selected based on what we think is a suitable target and limit, not model-based. Concern here is over different trends in F from the statistical catch-at-age and tagging-based models. And lastly, a third way that we explored would be to take the Bay F that comes from the statistical catch-at-age model as a component of the total coastwide. But this method ignores the sex ratio of the resident population and harvest in the bay, which is skewed towards males, especially for the 18 to 28-inch fish is largely male-dominated. Therefore, these reference points would be pretty conservative because of this male-based fishery. The TC looked at various methods of adjusting this F rate for this sex ratio difference, but currently at this time could not agree to a method to determine the amount of adjustment that should be made to account for the sex ratio of the in the bay harvest. So at this time, the technical committee could not come to a consensus on which option for reference points were most appropriate or how to correct for the fact that the Chesapeake Bay fleet harvests more males than the coastal fleet. The population could probably sustain a higher F rate, talking about adjusting that ratio, because the Chesapeake Bay fleet operates primarily on males rather than if it operated equally on males and females as the model assumes. Therefore, Chesapeake Bay fleet reference points that do not take into account the sex structure of the catch are more likely to be conservative. Adjusting the Chesapeake Bay fleet biological reference points to take into account the sex ratio of the catch would require significant changes to the peer-reviewed projection model that is used to estimate the reference points. The coastwide reference points approved by the board for management use would also have to be recalculated if we came up with a specific reference point for the bay, because currently the Bay F is incorporated into the coastwide F. So if a Bay fleet F is calculated, a coastal fleet and commercial discards F would have to be calculated. Ideally, the striped bass would be, the ideal way would be to manage them with stock-specific reference points for F and SSB for all of the producer areas, Chesapeake Bay, Hudson, Delaware, and Albemarle, Roanoke. However, current data and model limitations prevent the TC from developing accurate, internally consistent reference points for the separate stocks at this time. So in conclusion, the coastwide reference points approved by the peer review panel and the board represent the best available science for managing fishery mortality on the coastwide population at this time. The technical committee and stock assessment subcommittee will continue to work on developing sex-specific model that incorporates stock structure and the sex-specific migration rates to improve the regional management advice provided to the board in time for the next benchmark or earlier. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you, Geraldine. Questions from the board? Tom? Paul?
Charlton, given the size selection curves you showed earlier, those distinct differences between the bay and the coast, using these these coastal-based reference points as a proxy for the bay, which I understand the quandary or the conundrum and why you would do that, but aren't they likely more conservative than they should be?
So the coastwide reference point more conservative than the...
Well, they're more conservative than if you had developed bay-specific reference points, because it seems to me like they're harvesting distinctly smaller fish there. It seems like the reference points would be different, and so I'm wondering, is this approach more conservative or not?
Well, no, but because of the different selectivity patterns of that, they are already, the harvest on the bay is already incorporated in there. So it's not a matter of being more conservative or more liberal. It's that they're already included in this model, unlike the VPA, which had one selectivity that tried to account for the different fisheries in the different areas. These three, mainly the two selectivity patterns for the coast and the bay. This total F reference point that we have for the coast, this target, takes into account that, and as long as the total F for the coast is not exceeded, it should provide sustainable harvest for the future.
Okay, I have Tom, Rob, Emerson, and Pat. Tom?
Thanks. Question I had was under the SCA option that you evaluated for the bay reference point. You mentioned that that was discounted because it was overly conservative because it did not account for the sex ratio in the bay. I was just curious as to what the F target would be if that method was utilized, and how that compared to the current Chesapeake Bay F rate.
So, as you said, it was without accounting for some sex-specific migration ratio or increased harvest, it was more conservative. The point estimate that came from that methodology was, I believe, 0.06 for a threshold, somewhere in that 0.06, 0.08 was the target threshold, which was quite a bit lower than the current reference for the bay. And then we looked at different ways of adjusting that based on the male YPR analyses. But like I said, at this time, we just couldn't come to a consensus. We feel like that has potential, and certainly we'll be able to do that as we're moving forward in the future. But I think the thing that the TC really wanted to express is that the harvest in the bay, with the selectivities, the harvest in the bay is already wrapped up into the target coastal F reference point, and we didn't feel that another reference point for the specific for the bay is really necessary at this time.
Rob?
Well, the first thing is, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the report, Charlton. The first item is on the skewness to the males, and it's really quite pronounced. I think what the technical committee looked at was the Maryland data, and the Virginia data was sent as well, and it's most years in the 70% males at that size range, something along there, and I think that's what you looked at. So the understanding I had from the technical committee was that as you move forward with trying to do the biological reference points, you had to be careful, and will have to be careful going forward to make sure that the type of reduction is really promoting what's out on the coast, on females, whereas it would be sort of a hollow promise to enact something in the bay where you really have a male fishery and you're not really getting to the female part of the stock. And I think the technical committee probably talked about that. The only other thing I want to mention right now is I'm wondering how this workload that you expressed, and it looked like a workload at the end, that this has to be done and that'll have to be done and this has to be done. And in the SAW assessment report, and I'm reading from it now, it says the The Striped Bass Technical Committee recommends the preferred model be updated after peer review with finalized 2012 data before it is presented to the Management Board. That's been accomplished. In addition, should the Board decide to take management action for the 2015 fishing year, the assessment should be updated in 2014 so the most recent stock status information is available, and that has not been accomplished, obviously. Subsequently, the assessment should be updated every 2 years. So one thing to consider with the previous board meeting and the fleet-based reference points, and we're left with a coast-wide set of reference points, clearly, regardless of how this works out today, there should be some movement to get these fleet reference points, but also to get an update in 2014 that includes the 2013 data. I only eavesdropped for about 10 minutes on one of the technical committee calls, and it happened to be the call where there was really no commitment to do the update right now. The resolution was to go with what's ever in the benchmark. Alexei Sharov seemed to volunteer himself to do the update, but the situation I have is I understand the amount of work, I understand the lengths to which the technical committee has worked so far, but this was pretty significant coming out of the SAW assessment report because it's the technical committee talking, not reviewers. So I don't know whether you can comment on that, on maybe some timeline of what I don't know. Again, I heard just a little bit of that last technical committee meeting.
Well, we did discuss updating the assessment with data through 2013, but as you indicated, there was no real timeline discussed. And as far as the stock assessment subcommittee, I think as always, everybody's got their plates pretty full if the management board so desires. But at that time we did not discuss exactly, when an update with the 2013 data, what kind of timeline that would take at this time.
Emerson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Charlton, for the update. I have two questions. One is on the model results that you had in one of your slides. It looked like the commercial discards modeled fairly strongly with the Chesapeake catch. Does that lead one to believe, or is that based on the fact that much of the commercial discard is also in the Chesapeake fishery, or is that unrelated?
Well, I think their commercial discards are all throughout the coast, and you'll see that the commercial discards are indeed higher than the Chesapeake Bay fleet, the selectivity pattern for those, and I think that's because there are indeed some commercial discards that will occur on the coastal commercial fisheries, which for fishing on 28-inch fish and greater, as opposed to the Chesapeake Bay that's fishing on 18-inch fish. So it's kind of really on those ages, those older ages, 8, 9, 10, and up is where that starts diverging from the selectivity pattern of the Chesapeake Bay, and that is due to increased, discards in the coast. But obviously, I would think the discards, the majority of the commercial discards are going to occur where the majority of the commercial harvest occurs. So that's a combination of both the bay commercial fishery and the coastal commercial fishery.
All right. Thank you. And my second question is relates to the last slide that you had up, and that going forward, you want to use a sex-based model. So I'm just assuming that there isn't enough information right now to inform a sex-based model, or you may have looked at that. So what information or what additional data going forward do you need to collect, or what's going to be used to inform that sex-based model?
So Dr. Gary Nelson on the Stock Assessment Subcommittee spent quite a bit of time modeling the tagging results from the 8 tagging programs that we have, the 4 in the producer areas and the 4 on the coast, trying to merge that with the statistical catch-at-age model, and he currently could not get that to come together. I think, as always with the tagging based, as far as the external tagging based estimates, they rely heavily on things like angler reporting. How does reporting rate change over time, or angler fatigue with reporting? All of these things would need to be measured on a consistent annual basis almost throughout the systems. I think some of the VIMCO tagging that is moving forward could possibly allow for some additional, fine-tuning of the tagging that does not rely on some of these limitations of the tag-based estimates. You still have the different sex migration rates throughout all of the bays and the rivers to the coast. So some of those are the limitations that we currently have.
Pat?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Carlton. I was going to do a follow-on question to what Emerson had was, so are we looking at maybe 2016, 2017 before you could have the manpower capability to develop that? You think that's about where we're heading?
To develop a sex-specific model that incorporates all these migration models, I'm not sure. No, we didn't discuss, the technical committee didn't discuss a specific time frame on that. I certainly don't think it would be possible by 2016.
Well, follow up, Mr. Chairman. Well, if that's one of the critical issues that we have to develop, so we can develop that model, it would seem to me that that might be one of the places where we put some funding to move it forward, if it's that critical. And the second question is, will the folks that are being affected in Chesapeake upset with the final approach that you use, and was there a large enough discrepancy if you had that you're using the coastwide to where they were last year? In other words, are they satisfied that we've done the very best we can with what we have to work with, and that we're trying to move on and just accept what we have as what you presented?
Well, I think, as always, there's a discussion between the states and the technical committee members about the best approach to move forward, but I think it's just important to keep in mind that this current approach, once again, with the selectivity patterns that we have in this model, we're really accounting for the best we can at this time for the harvest in the bay, the harvest on the coast, and combined for a target reference point. Now, that's not to say that certainly the technical committee members, some of them still want to move forward and look at these sex-specific reference points. And, it's possible that reference points, these sex-specific reference points for the bay, could be developed without developing an entire stock-specific model like what we're talking about, the ideal situation. I don't think we could jump to that in 2014 or 15 or 2015 or 16. But, it's possible that reference points for the Chesapeake Bay could certainly be developed using these sex-specific migration rates before that time. So it doesn't have to be from just here to a complete stock-specific reference point model. It could be a stepwise approach.
Your clarification was very helpful, I thank you, and I hope that we have our technical committee move along that line, whether it's going to take funding to do it, to give you more support. If that's the way we can get at the problem, so we're on the same page, if you will. I think we really should look at that, Mr. Chairman, to see if we can't identify funding in the next couple of years to focus on that approach.
I have Dave Simpson and Rob left. Is there anybody else that has questions for Kelly? Okay, Dave, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, this is informative, and I guess it shows that I don't know all the detail behind the striped bass assessment that I maybe should. But the SSB calculation is just females. The average growth rates are based on growth rates of females, or males and females combined. That's the first part of the question.
The SSB is female only. The growth rates, do you know for sure, Bob?
For the calculations of SSB.
It's going to be just for females, yeah. So the growth rates that would be used in the SSB calculations would also, once again, be just for females.
Okay, so female growth rates are in here. I guess I'm just trying to figure out where we're headed, because ideally, we talk about this with summer flounder too, different growth rates, males versus females, but we, manage female biomass really. We've ignored the subtleties, and I guess so the question is, are we headed toward 2 stock assessments, a male stock assessment and a female? Are we headed toward 8 stock assessments because it's times 4 stocks? Just where are we headed with this?
No, I don't think it's headed that direction with 8 assessments, but the next thing I think would be to incorporate some of the different migration rates, at least of the males and females. But that's going to take additional time and data. Like I said, we could, in the meantime, potentially come up with a reference point to measure the F in the bay against the coastwide that would include some sex-specific migration rates in the bay, at least as a start.
Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to, being from Connecticut, thinking about, what do we fish on and how much of it's from the Hudson and what proportion of the fish that we're fishing on, are they males or females? And it just, you sort of begs the question of how you untangle all this, the commercial catch at age, males, females, the recreational catch at age, males, females, every survey index, males, females, and gee, what stock did they come from? And you understandably have to accept some level of lumping when you do this sort of management and assessment. So,
Rob?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think some of it was covered. For a minute there, I was thinking this was getting way too complicated than it really is, but the main idea here, Pat, is it shouldn't be about happiness, but there's not a Chesapeake Bay reference point for that fleet. There's not a reference point for the coastal fleet. The default is we have a coastwide set of reference points, and if you remember, the Bay has been at a reference point, just a target of 0.27, and the fisheries themselves have been under that by quite a bit for several years. So I think we were hoping to have a Chesapeake Bay reference points to do exactly what one of the slides that Charlton showed, which was then be able to compare the current F, whatever that might be, the year, to the reference points. And the other part is that absent that, I think what you would expect is if there are reductions that are going forward, then you'd have to expect that there has to be some way to do that, and just sort of, for right now, forget about the reference points. That's the way it stands there. I did have a question, Mr. Chairman, if I can, about the 3 fleets, and I'm not familiar with the entire peer review that went on, but certainly remember the commercial discards was always a challenging part of past assessments. And does that remain so? Are the commercial discards still, a situation that the accuracy, let alone anything else, is talked about a little bit in the peer review?
Yeah, the commercial discards, due to a lack of, at-sea observer coverage in a lot of these fisheries, continue to be estimated from tag returns, proxy from recreational tags, and the tag returns we get from the various commercial sectors and the various gears. So yes, the commercial discards, is one of the, probably has the most uncertainty around the estimates with that. So that has not changed.
Thank you.
Okay. Kelly, we'll get the last question here.
Godwin, if you don't mind, if you could clarify on the top of the 3 parts, 3 methods, the SPR and the YPR, At the end, it says that the TC's concerns over the tagging-based F estimates show a different trend from the SCA F estimates. Could you further illustrate or characterize that the different trend? For example, we know that the SCA, much like the VPA, had a trend of retrospective bias, although the trend became more accurate over years, but the terminal year estimates obviously have strong retrospective bias, and it seems to have been consistent for the last 15 years, both the VPA and the SCA. Do you see a similar retrospective bias in the SCA, in the tag-based estimates? And to conclude that, which of those two estimates, the SCA or the tag-based estimates, which do you consider more accurate? And do you have a retrospective bias or bias of any sort in the tag-based that you can put your finger on?
So the trend there is not we're not referring to that retrospective bias that you're referring to. It's just simply a trend in the F estimate. So the tagging-based estimates give you an estimate of Z, total mortality, and then we have to kind of parse that out into, well, it gives you an estimate of M, natural mortality, and fishing mortality, whereas the statistical catch-at-age model just gives you the Z. So the overall estimates of total mortality from both of these models are similar, but it's the parsing out of the fishing mortality from each of the models. That's the trend that's a little different.
You say they're similar. We know that the SCA and the VPA estimates have always had that retrospective bias, and it's led to errors in the past, which obviously become less so and more correct over time as hindsight. But have you found any sort of error or bias either way over time on the tag-based estimates? Which have proven to be more accurate?
Well, the tagging-based models, because of the way they are, they don't have a retrospective trend associated with.
They're an empirical method, basically.
What did you want to say?
Okay.
Right. So we've never calculated the retrospective pattern for the tag model. We absolutely could, because it would probably have it's the potential for something similar where you add more data and your opinion of where you are changes a little bit. The statistical catch-at-age model right now does have a slight retrospective pattern where we overestimate F in the terminal year.
Exactly.
It's about maybe 10% overestimated on average over the analysis that we've done, but that's kind of a rough ballpark. It varies from year to year depending on how you add data in. The bias that we find with the tagging model, or that we're concerned about, is that the F estimates are very dependent on the reporting rate that you assume. And so the lower your reporting rate is compared to what you assume it is, the lower your F will be. Right. So I think our concern is that we know reporting rates have gone down over time. There's been fatigue, people have lost buy-in, and people are not reporting at the rates that they once were. And so as that happens over time, that means your F rate's going to go down, but it doesn't mean your F is actually going down. What's happening is instead the model's saying M is shooting through the roof, to levels that we think are unrealistic, that you would expect the entire stock to be dead within 3 years if those were correct. So because of that, it's hard to say which one, tagging versus SCA, is accurate, because we don't have a independent, we can't go out and know what the F is. They're both coming to it from different perspectives.
Is the technical committee or the board taking into account or making decisions based on, let me bring up a question Doug Grout, our chairman, asked at the annual meeting. He asked whether, in light of these various biases, and especially the retrospective biases, what we were talking about, of the SCA and previously the VPA, he asked if the board should be taking into account the expectation that we would have that retrospective bias, because we always have when we make our decisions. I think you remember that. You used different words, but I'm just wondering, with the technical committee's work on the two types of models, are they presuming, like I'm assuming there's some presumption there'll be the retrospective bias on the SCA, an overestimation of mortality in the terminal year. Should I presume that the underestimation of mortality because of reporting fatigue and other factors, is the technical committee taking those two types of bias into account when they come up with the new Chesapeake Bay, for example, reference points?
Well, we have looked at, as Dr. Drew said, the retrospective bias in the statistical catch-at-age model is running from 8 to 12%, both for SSB and F. It's still within it's within the confidence intervals of the point estimate. So those are kind of provided in with those with the errors around the point estimates. And we currently don't calculate any sort of retrospective bias with the tag-based.
Because I see the technical committee says that they're concerned over the tagging-based F estimate. So if the TC is concerned, that's why I was asking for better characterization of it.
Well, we have done. Because of this, they've done high reward tagging studies, but there's no way to know exactly without that information. There's no way to know exactly what that bias is on the tagging-based models.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that report, and thank you for those questions. I hope they clarified things for our board here. And we'll move on now to considering draft addendum 4 for public comment. And our PDT chair will have a presentation on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is draft addendum 4 that the board is considering for public comment. This document was included in your supplemental materials, and I just wanted to make a note. We made an update to the document as we accidentally left a section out, so that was redistributed to everybody. I'll start with the timeline. So at this meeting, the board is considering the document for public comment. If approved, we would establish a public comment period that lasts from after the meeting through July. We'd summarize those comments and bring that back for the board for their consideration at the August meeting for final approval of the options and wrapping up the addendum. And then the intended implementation was for these measures to take effect in 2015. So just a quick outline of the document. I'll start with a statement of the problem, talk about management history and the fishery performance, touch on the reference points and the status of the stock, and then I'll walk through the management options that are included in this document. So based on the 2013 benchmark assessment, there was new F reference points that were recommended. The plan requires an addendum to adopt these new reference points for management use. With the new proposed F reference points, the current estimate of F is above the target, and SSB is below the target and has been since 2006, and it's approaching its overfish threshold. So a concern is the firing of management trigger number 3 in Amendment 6, which basically states if you're above the F target for 2 consecutive years and SSB is below that target within either of those years, the board must take action within 1 year to reduce F to a level that is at or below the target. So additionally, we're seeing a very similar trend in total harvest as well, mainly dominated from the recreational sector because the commercial sector has been managed with a quota. So to address all these concerns, draft addendum 4 contains options to reduce F. So just a little history, we are currently managing under Amendment 6. That amendment for the commercial side established their quotas at the 1972 to 1979 base period. All states have implemented a 2-fish bag limit with a minimum size of 28 inches, except for the Chesapeake Bay and Albemarle Sound Roanoke River management areas that are at 18-inch minimum size. There are some conservation equivalency proposals as well amongst the states. And regarding the EEZ, it's been closed to harvest, possession, and targeting of striped bass since 1990. So just a I wanted to walk you through the fishery as this relates to how the PDT was setting up some of the commercial quota options. So the coastwide harvest for commercially from 2003 through 2013 has averaged 2.87 million pounds. So that level of harvest is roughly 19% underage from what they were allocated in Amendment 6 after accounting for the conservation equivalencies among the states. So that underage in more recent years comes from a transfer of the commercial quota to bonus fish programs currently in both the states of New Jersey and Connecticut. Also, migratory striped bass recently have not been available to North Carolina coastal fishery. And as far as the Chesapeake Bay harvest is concerned, they have averaged 4.06 million pounds over that same time period, with the Albemarle Sound and Roanoke River. So it's actually, the commercial fishery is only Albemarle Sound. They have harvested 165,000 pounds roughly over that same time period. So moving to the recreational harvest, the coastal harvest has averaged 26.4 million pounds, with the Chesapeake Bay harvest averaging 3.9 million pounds. And the Albemarle Sound Roanoke River has harvested roughly 111,000 pounds. Landings from the states of New York, Massachusetts, New Jersey, and Maryland account for approximately 74% of the annual recreational landings since 2003. So in reference to our reference points, we've been harvesting at, our reference point for SSB is based on the 1995 level, and that has proven to be a useful reference point for striped bass. The issue was we were fishing at FMSY, maximum sustainable yield, and that was not maintaining our biomass, our spawning stock biomass at the 1995 level. So to correct for this mismatch, the benchmark assessment estimated the F rate that would be associated with the SSB target and thresholds. So that's what's that's a little background on the history of that. And those new F reference points were adopted by the board for management use at our annual meeting last year, but as I mentioned, an addendum is required to implement them. So we heard a good amount about this with Charlton's report. We've got the Chesapeake Bay and the Albemarle Sound Roanoke River that establish separate reference points through the conservation equivalency with Amendment 6. The two stocks contribute differently. So the Albemarle Sound Roanoke River stock is not included in the coastwide assessment because it is thought to contribute insignificantly to the coastal migratory stock. And the Chesapeake Bay stock, on the other hand, is a major contributor to the coastal migratory stock, and so it isn't included in the coastwide assessment. So just some background on the current status of the stock that is based off of the results from that 2013 benchmark assessment. So we are currently not overfished, and overfishing is not occurring. The F in the terminal year, which was 2012, is above the target. And SSB is below its target. That's for F, that's the new proposed target. And the concern here is that SSB is in this downtrend towards its overfish threshold. And the reason that is occurring is we had a period of strong recruitment from 93 to 2004 that was followed by a period of lower recruitment since that point. Now in 2011 we had a really strong year class, but in 2012 a weak one. So this is just a graphical representation of that. The vertical bars represent recruitment levels. Yeah, so if you go back. It's slide number 11. There's nothing there. Well, you'll have to take my word for it then. So the figures in the document, it's figure 2, I believe. Yeah, figure 2, it simply shows the time series of spawning stock biomass relative to the reference points. It also shows recruitment, which is the vertical bars, and it's just showing that lower period of recruitment is associated with that SSB downtrend. And so what's encouraging, as we've heard and talked about, is that we've got a strong 2011 year class. So that's the action that we're considering, would be hopefully to be protecting that stronger 2011 year class. So as far as fishing mortality, you probably don't have this figure either. I don't know what happened to him, but that's figure 3 in the document. That just shows the new proposed F reference points, and it shows that our current estimate is above the target level. So do you have this slide? Okay, so moving into sort of the options that are contained within this document. So we've got proposed F reference points. The document considers reference points for the coastwide population, the Chesapeake Bay stock, and the Albemarle Sound Roanoke River stock. These are the reference points, the reference point option for the coastwide population. Option A is status quo, and so those are based on maximum sustainable yield, and the values are in this table. And then option B is measures consistent with the 2013 assessment, as I showed you, or as is in figure 3. And so those values are an F threshold of 0.22 and an F target of 0.18. And those, as I mentioned before, both the F target and the F threshold are aimed to achieve SSB target and SSB threshold, respectively. So issue 2 is the Chesapeake Bay stock reference points. Option A is status quo, that the F target is 0.27 as established in Amendment 6. And then option B is use coastwide population reference points. As we just talked about on the previous agenda item, the TC cannot calculate separate reference points for the Chesapeake Bay at this time. Issue 3 is Albemarle Sound Roanoke River stock. So for option A, that's status quo. The F target is 0.27. And then option B, the option that is included here is that North Carolina will manage the Albemarle Sound Roanoke River stock using reference points from the latest North Carolina stock assessment that are accepted by the technical committee and approved for management use by the board. So we had been working with the North Carolina agency folks to get their assessment as they're currently going through that process internally. It wasn't available for this board meeting, but the PDT felt comfortable with basically taking reference points that came out of their peer review process, because they can estimate both SSB reference points and F reference points for the Albemarle Sound Roanoke River stock specifically. They have the data resolution to do that. So the intent here was to be taking those results specifically out of their assessment and taking them to the TC and then also to the board for approval when they have accomplished their peer review. So this feeds right into basically the constant harvest projections. And so the model estimated striped bass abundance in 2012 was projected forward using the constant harvest scenarios and randomly drawn recruitment. So we were using these projections to help understand what the level of harvest that we needed to reduce that fishing mortality in 2012 back to a level that was at or below its target. So we calculated that reduction in harvest needed so that there was a 50% chance of being at the F target in 2015 or 2016. So when you do these projections, because you're making you're randomly drawing recruitment levels, there is some uncertainty about what the point estimates end up being. And so that's where the 50% chance comes from basically bootstrapping that out. And that 50% chance has been used in other fisheries as well when running projections like this. So the next slide just shows a breakdown of what that would look like. So if total harvest is reduced by 36% starting in 2015, there's a 50% probability that we'll be below the target within the same year. So that would be the 1 year time frame. And then if total harvest is reduced by 32%, there's a 50% probability that F would be reduced within 2 years. So just to contrast these options, if we kept harvest at the status quo level or the level in 2013, there's less than a 1% probability that that should say that F will be below its target in 2015 or 2016. Regarding the projections, in all of these scenarios, the SSB is likely going to dip below the threshold. Like I was saying earlier on that figure you weren't able to see, this is because of those low recruitment years. And so as that low recruitment is moving through the age structure right now, we're seeing a downtrend in SSB. This figure just shows the projections. You got this one? Oh, yeah. The dotted line is the threshold, and you can see that the different colors represent the various reductions in harvest. So most notably, because of that strong 2011 year class, we will see a reversal in the SSB trend back towards the target as that strong year class moves through with the harvest reduction that the projections are suggesting. If we stay at status quo, that's the gray line, you can see there isn't much of a change in the trajectory of that SSB projection. So I'll now move into what proposed management options the plan development team came up with. So we focused on options that were estimated to achieve that reduction that was projected, and to do that, we looked at recreational bag limit and size limit changes, and then for the commercial fishery, we looked at adjustments to the quota. And then I just wanted to point out that we ended up taking the same reduction by sector, so it was an equal reduction from both the recreational and the commercial side proportionally. So the plan development team also worked on a spawning potential ratio metric because a lot of the options I'm about to show you achieve roughly the same % reduction in harvest. We wanted to provide some metric that could be used to evaluate reproductively how much beneficial is one option over another. And so these estimates were provided just for guidance in terms of what would be the most beneficial reproductively for striped bass. So I'll move into the options. So status quo would be maintaining the two fish 28-inch size. The Chesapeake Bay and the Albemarle Sound are harvesting on that 18-inch minimum size with a bag limit that maintains target F at 0.27. So for all these options, this bullet point that says 0% reduction, that would be based off of 2013 harvest levels, and the SPR is less than 26%. That's that spawning potential ratio I was talking about. So option B would be a one fish bag limit with it maintaining the same size limit. So the Chesapeake Bay would do the same thing. They would go to one fish and maintain an 18-inch. As I said, the North Carolina is able to assess their stock and come up with reference points. So under this option, we would allow them to be managing their resource to the reference points that we would have approved through the board and the technical committee. This option is estimated to achieve a 31% reduction, and its SPR is less than 29%. So moving into recreational size limits, So status quo, once again, would be the 2 fish 28 with the smaller size limit for the other management areas. Option B would be 2 fish bag limit and a 33-inch minimum size. And in the Chesapeake, it would be a 24-inch minimum size with a 2 fish bag limit. So based on the analysis, the size limit analysis, this would achieve a 31% reduction, excuse me, and its SPR is less than 35%. And option C is a 2 fish bag limit and a 28 to 34-inch slot limit. And in the Chesapeake Bay, it would be an 18 to 21-inch slot limit with a 2 fish bag. And that option is estimated to achieve a 30% reduction, and the SPR is less than 48%. So just to touch on the spawning potential ratio again, the analysis suggested that the slot limit has a higher SPR benefit than the other options. So moving into the commercial fishery. Option A is the status quo. So each state will be allocated 100% of the base periods and the average coastal landings from Amendment 6. I'm going to skip through the wording on this and go straight to the table. So if you want to jump ahead a few, yeah, there you are. It's just easier for me to walk through these options using the table than for you to read along with the text. This is also on page 12 of the document. So the status quo is just the Amendment 6 quotas. And option B is what the plan development team ended up doing was taking, so remember I was saying that the reduction we split evenly from the recreational and commercial sectors. So this 69% of Amendment 6 quota is a 31% reduction from Amendment 6 allocations. So that's what that column represents. And that column doesn't achieve the necessary reduction because remember the reduction is from 2013 harvest. That's what the projections were using. So that's the last column in this table for reference. And so although it doesn't achieve a reduction from this harvest, the PDT looked at the specific harvests among the states and was able to calculate that if harvests remained the same or similar to how it went in 2013, that this option could achieve a 23% reduction in harvest, so or from this level. Option C is a 69% of the 2013 harvest. So this is the option that takes that 31% reduction from 2013 harvest. It takes it specifically from what the states landed in 2013. So option C is just a 31% reduction in the harvest from the last column. Now, option D is slightly trickier. What it does is it takes a 31% reduction right off the top, so off of this 2.479 million pounds, and then takes what's left over and reallocates it to all the states based on the same allocation percentages from Amendment 6. So that was an option that the PDT had considered because of the dynamics of the various fisheries that were occurring in 2013. And that option is estimated to potentially achieve up to a 45% reduction if harvests occurred similarly to how it did in 2013. So moving on to the plan development team included a quota transfer provision. This was allowing a transfer of quota between two states that were under mutual agreement. It's quite similar wording to what we have in our other plans. And so it just walks through some of the process there. As far as the Chesapeake Bay quota is concerned, so status quo, I think I'll jump right to the table again, so that's the next slide. Option A is status quo, so they are maintaining their harvest to achieve an F that's less than 0.27. Option B just takes that and turns it into what the commercial quota would actually be. So it doesn't allow for, it's not this constant F approach, it's a constant harvest approach. So option B is just setting the quota at the 2013 level, and that would be maintained. So that's a constant harvest approach. That does not achieve a 31% reduction. That achieves no reduction from 2013 harvest. Option C is the 31% reduction from the commercial quota, so that's 31% reduction from option B, and that's estimated to achieve a 26% reduction from the 2013 commercial harvest in the bay. And then option D is a direct reduction right from the harvest, so that's the one that achieves the 31% reduction from 2013 harvest. And the Chesapeake Bay quota has historically been split among the 3 bay jurisdictions based on the percentages shown here. But the document wouldn't specify that. We just included that for informational purposes. So regarding the Albemarle Sound commercial quota, status quo would be the F, maintaining F below 0.27, and the option B gets back at this, that North Carolina would manage their commercial striped bass fishery in Albemarle Sound based on reference points that were approved for management use. So coming out of their stock-specific reference points. So the last management option in the document deals with commercial size limits. So the status quo option is that the commercial fishery would be constrained by the same size limit regime that was established for the rec fishery. So what this means is if the board hypothetically decided on a change to the size limit for the recreational sector, it would also change for the commercial sector. The plan development team also included option B, which was that we would keep the size limit for the commercial fishery with what it is right now, even if the size limit changed for the recreational fishery. The commercial side would maintain the limits that they had in place as of right now. And then when we put this in here to be following up on the development of this plan, as the board establishes options, they would develop an implementation timeline to do that, or to implement it, and then we also have a section in the document that makes a recommendation to federal waters. So if any options are adopted by the board through the addendum process, they should consider any recommendations to NOAA fisheries. So that's a fairly extensive run-through of everything in the document. Thank you.
Thank you, and I know there's many questions coming up. I just wanted to give folks an overview of how I'd like to handle this. Again, clearly, if you've got questions right now about the document as it's currently written, then now's the time to bring it up. Hopefully we won't move towards decisions or debating the different options during this particular period. After we get the questions done, I'd like to go to a process where if you want to change any of the options, add an option, remove an option, then I'd like to have a motion put up on the board and allow you, the maker and the seconder, to give their justification. Then I'll go to the public to get their input on it, and then I'll come back to the the board for discussion on that. And I'll remind of these rules once we start getting into the debate of things. So everybody who wants to have a question, I'll start with Richie, and everybody else, keep your hands up so I can write this down while Richie is talking.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike, just to clarify this in my mind, if the reference points were now in place, recommended by the peer review, we would be overfishing, and overfishing would be occurring, and therefore this addendum would not be able to have a status quo. Would that be a correct assessment?
Not exactly. So we're not overfishing and we're not overfished. The management trigger that I mentioned in Amendment 6 deals with if we're between the target and the threshold for both fishing mortality and SSB, then that is what is requiring the board to take action, and that's where we're at right now. With the caveat that we are changing the F reference point. So prior to that change, we were not exceeding the target, but we are now.
Follow-up?
Go ahead, follow up.
So I started my question with if those reference points were now in place. If we had already adopted those, would we be now overfished and overfishing occurring?
No. So we're between the reference points if we had adopted the new reference points.
Representative Kamigia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did the TC look at, or the plan team, the slot limit? Is there a greater benefit to that because it preserves the large females? I'm thinking of like with the Maine lobster fishery, we preserve large oversized females and they produce copious amounts of eggs. I assume the same thing would be true with striped bass.
Yeah, it's indicating that you're getting more reproductive output from those larger individuals, and so an option that protects them results in a higher spawning potential ratio for the stock.
John Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, Mike, I'm just a little confused. I should have had this cleared up about the reference points. Under Amendment 6, F threshold was maximum sustainable yield point, right, from the curve. But under the new reference points, F threshold, which is obviously a lot lower now, it will achieve the spawning stock biomass threshold. How does that relate to the maximum sustainable yield now?
Yeah, and this is probably more of a TC question than it is for me, but I'll take a stab at it. There was discussion that these are proxies for maximum sustainable yield, and so establishing, the board has intended to manage SSB at the 1995 level, which is the threshold, and then 125% is the target. And so because of that establishment, we felt like having the F reference points that achieve that level was a proxy enough for maximum sustainable yield.
So this is still FMSY, then you're saying, the threshold?
So the new threshold actually ties the new F threshold ties the SSB threshold. They're linked together. Projections were used to estimate what level of F would maintain SSB at the 1995 threshold and the target, which is 1995 plus 125%. Previously, the SSB reference point and the FMSY reference point were not quite linked together in that same way. The SSB reference point has always been the 95 level of SSB as the threshold, plus 125%, and FMSY was calculated kind of separate from that. Now they're linked together. So it's just a different methodology of calculating the F reference point.
Tom.
Thank you. I have a list of questions, but I'll only ask a couple of them now and let it go around. Question for, I guess, probably Charlton. So right now in this addendum, it's looking at a 32 to 36% reduction to bring the F rate of 0.2 down to 0.18. Has the technical committee looked at correcting the F rate based upon the bias? Specifically, what would be the corrected bias F target and current F rate? Have you looked at that? And if so, what is it?
We did. We have. You're talking about the retrospective bias. We have looked at that. I don't know the exact point estimate of what that would be right now, but we did look at that, and it was roughly overall 10%, I believe, for the point estimate. Do you know what it was?
So, I mean, numbers that my staff gave me, and you can correct me if I'm wrong if you have a chance to look, is that if you're correct for that bias, the current F would be 0.176, and the F target bias corrected would be 0.173. And if those numbers are correct, my question is, should we not be looking at the reduction scenarios to reduce that F corrected bias to the target level, which would be less than 30%? So,
would you want to take a second?
The TC did discuss correcting for the retrospective pattern, but overall we weren't comfortable with that approach because, number one, that the pattern, the magnitude of the pattern changes from year to year. So we could give you an average correction factor, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's more correct in terms of quantitatively trying to say, okay, this is the correct number now, definitely 100%. We found it, we fixed it. But we recognize that qualitatively, yes, the F is probably lower than what we are measuring it at now. And I think that's a management decision to decide how risky you want to be in terms of taking that into account when you choose the reductions or the management approach that you want. In general, we don't quantitatively correct for retrospective patterns really in our assessments, and we did not have that approach peer reviewed through the stock assessment. So the numbers that came out of the stock assessment were not corrected for that.
all right, thanks. I appreciate that. I do hope the board notes the bias that was referenced as we get into the levels of reduction. One question for Mike. When I saw the addendum, I was pretty surprised at some of the management options. And I was curious as whether or not the advisory panel had an opportunity to weigh in on those. And the reason I ask is that, like a slot limit of 18 to 21 inches in the Chesapeake Bay, this year would just hammer that 2011 year class, and next year would be looking at significant amounts of discard mortality. So just wondering, what kind of input you got from the Bay jurisdictions and specifically the advisory panel at this point in time.
Yeah, we didn't. Typically, our process is that the AP would comment after the board approved the document for public comment. To be completely honest, as PDT chair, we just didn't have time to get their input on all these options and wrap everything up and have it presented to the board if the board wanted them to comment before the public comment draft was released. But the intent, to circle back on my first point, the intent is to get their input on all these options and present, as well as the technical committee, and present those to the board in August if we continue on the timeline that's proposed.
Thanks. When you wrap back around, Doug, you put me back on the list. I appreciate it.
Okay, I'm only giving people 2 shots at them. All right, Rob, go ahead.
This would be a big shot. It's a little bit ironic, but those who weren't around, I think it was 2004, the technical committee came to the board. There was overfishing occurring with the VPA at the time. And we were in New Hampshire, so Doug remembers this, and we went around the room and we said, what is your thoughts on this? And we came back with a recommendation to wait to the management board, that clearly we weren't overfishing. The model had a retrospective wait to see. It's a more modern age right now. The tools are a little more sophisticated, but that doesn't take away from my disappointment that we haven't gone forward to analyze the 2013 data and get an update, let alone worry about the retrospective, which I'm not sure is a peer-reviewed process, but all that's okay. I did want to comment on the options, and I want everyone to remember that there is a bay-wide quota. It's not a commercial quota.
Rob?
Yes.
Could you hold comments on the options until a little bit later and ask questions? This is a period I was looking for comments, questions, but not so much comments until we get into debating different parts of the addendum.
As long as you put me on the list again, I can do that.
Absolutely.
Okay. And thank you. And I just want to comment on the commercial data that Mike showed, to keep in mind that there are ITQs in the bay, so it's difficult to monitor the trends, is my point, in the bay, because there's been a ceiling or a cap since 1997. And I'll come back to that when I ask removal of the landings-based reductions. Thank you.
Okay, next I have Adam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike, what discussion did the PDT have, if any, about a combination recreational measures change that would implement both a slot limit and an increase in minimum size, such as one fish at 28 to 34 inches plus one fish at 36 inches and over?
Yeah, we didn't talk about mixing and matching options like that. I mean, if that is something the board wants the PDT to look at, we could do that. We just ended up going with the options that seemed the most straightforward, that achieved the reduction that we needed to achieve without making it too complicated. I'll leave it at that.
And just to follow up, if I may, based on the math that was presented of 2 at 28 to 34 providing the reduction, 2 at 33 providing the reduction, off the cuff, do you believe that there would be a split measure that introduced both a size and an increase in minimum size that would achieve a reduction in the neighborhood that we talk? I mean, is that something useful to go back to the PDT with for evaluation?
Yeah, I mean, because we ran the analysis for both instances, I think a combination of the two could also achieve the reduction that we need. Like I said, I don't even have it in my back pocket, but I wish I did.
Thank you.
Tom, Bodie, didn't you have your hand up?
Yeah, I did, but I think I'm going to just wait till the comment period, because some of the questions I'm going to ask has to do with... Well, I will ask one question. When we use other models and other species and we see a bias in the other direction, don't we do precautionary measures to make sure that bias isn't hit when we show the bias for a couple of years down the road is going to be worse? So we basically put precautionary measures in place to do that, but we're not doing it in the opposite direction. Can somebody answer my question there? I know the answer. We did it in weak fish, but I'm just waiting for the other...
Yeah, I mean, I can't think of off the top of my head in which other plans we do that, but I mean, quantitatively, but you obviously have records of us doing it qualitatively.
Emerson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a little confused on one of the slides that you had up there, the one where you did the bootstrap analysis, where it randomly chose recruitment. Could you put that back up, please? It seemed to me that the resulting biomass, the scale was a lot different than what I'm looking at here in our document in terms of where we are with spawning stock, where we've been with spawning stock biomass.
Is it just that it's a metric ton scale? I think that might be what's tripping you up.
That's what it is. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, Bill Adler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two things. First of all, on page 7, you have the now fresh threshold and target 34-30, and then the proposal is 22 to 18. Then we go to the Chesapeake Bay, which is at 0.27, and in trying to calculate the same type of reduction, I don't see what the 0.27 would go down to. That's one question. And the second one has to do with if these options are chosen for public hearing, can the AP add something?
So the first question, what the 0.27 reference point for the Bay would go down to is getting back to the TC's report that we weren't able to reach a conclusion on what that should be at this time.
Would that be in the document that went out by that time?
No, this document is being proposed, basically as is with modifications, but we're not expecting that would be available for this document. The TC needs more time to do the sex-specific modeling and that sort of thing. With regard to your second question, can you remind me what it was? I had it, and then I just lost it.
Yeah, you had one option would be go down to one fish, let's say, and the other option was keep 2 fish and go to a different size. And what if they come up with another idea? Is it too late to go out to public hearing with it?
Yeah, that totally depends on the outcome of today's meeting. But as far as I'm concerned, if the board approves this document with the modifications that are made at this meeting for public comment, then anything that the AP adds after that would not be included.
Kelly?
Earlier, Mr. Connell asked if the AP had any opportunity to comment on any of these options, and the answer is no. And I mentioned that basically from Mike's point of view because several of the AP members strongly urged me to make sure that the AP had the opportunity to comment at length on the document for public comment. It's very important to the AP, so representing them can't emphasize how strongly people want the AP, people that are on there, to have that opportunity. Thanks.
Yeah, and I think we all agree on that it's going to be very important that we get the AP comment on this before it goes out to public hearing. Dave Borden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. There's a footnote on the bottom of page 9, and I'll just read it. It says a 50% probability was a minimum recommended by the TC. So I guess my question is, all these projections use 50% probability, but did the TC evaluate higher probabilities, and are those runs available so we can see how sensitive they are to that assumption?
Yeah, sure. We didn't specifically evaluate higher probabilities. I mean, the relationship stands that the higher the probability, the more reduction you would have to take. But actually, that's a qualitative statement, of course. So quantify, we weren't able to, we didn't look at that because we had agreed on the 50%.
Follow-up? Yeah, just a quick follow-up. But, I mean, the recommendation is for the TC recommendation, very specific. It says that we use a minimum of 50%, but that doesn't say that the TC prefers 50%. So is there a preferred probability that they would rather have us use rather than 50%?
I don't want to speak for the TC, but I think that the way we left it was if the board wants a higher probability of achieving the reference point, then we could come back and tell you what that percent reduction would have to be, but we ended up going with the minimum for this document.
One more time?
Yeah, one last time, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to comment on this when we get around to comments. Thank you.
Rick?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a clarifying question under commercial size limits. Under, I think both of the options, or at least option A, it says, in each jurisdiction, the commercial fishery is constrained by the same size limit regime as established for the recreational fishery. In Rhode Island, we have two different size limits. Is that just a more conservative approach from Rhode Island? We have a 34-inch commercial size, but a 28-inch recreational size. So am I reading that wrong? Or?
Yeah, like I said, there are some states that have conservation equivalency, and so with a major management change, we'd have to go through some updating for those conservation equivalency programs.
Leroy?
So what is that process? How would you update those conservation equivalencies? And there's a lot of variation among the states right now in terms of what the actual size limits are, for example. So how would that be done, or what would the process be?
Yeah, it would just follow the same conservation equivalency process that you were previously. So it would be a TC review, and then we'd take those to the board to be approved. And I think what the TC would be looking for is a quantitative analysis that the option or the conservation equivalency approach that you are moving forward with matches or whatever measure is chosen by the board through this document. So if they make a change to achieve this reduction, then the change that you're proposing through conservation equivalency matches that reduction.
Mark Gibson?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of things. I wanted to try to elicit a better response to John Clark's question about FMSY. And if I understand this, there wasn't a complete reevaluation of reference points done from an MSY basis. We dragged forward the BMSY proxies, the threshold and target, from past analyses and recomputed an FMSY proxy that would be consistent with those. Would deliver those biomass levels, but there wasn't a complete analysis of what actual BMSY and FMSY estimate would be in the context of 2012 data. And if that's the case, those numbers could be different in that option B had that been done. So I'm trying to get a better understanding of what was done relative to what I thought was going to be done, which was a complete reevaluation of reference point.
We did reevaluate the reference points through the stock assessment process, and we had a huge discussion about this because the FMSY and BMSY reference points are extremely sensitive to the choice of the stock-recruit relationship, which the previous assessment had struggled with as well. So that if you assume one type of relationship, the RICR, you get a different MSY, FMSY, BMSY, than you do if you assume the Beverton and Holt. So basically, if you look at one relationship, it says at higher biomasses, the stock is actually less productive, so that your recruits increase with spawning stock biomass and then fall off for whatever reason. The other version says it increases, yes, but it kind of hits a plateau and just stays there. So the stock gets bigger, but you don't get any more recruitment. The other relationship says the stock gets bigger, but you actually get less recruitment. So obviously, a stock that gets less recruitment at bigger stock sizes says you can fish it harder, but you have to keep it at a smaller SSB. whereas if you sort of plateau, there's a point where you fish, you take a slightly lower F rate, but you have a bigger stock in the water to keep at the most productive size. And the problem is, if you look at the data are so scattered because of environmental factors and other factors that are contributing to the stock-recruit relationship, you can't say, yes, definitely this is the best fit and this relationship is the correct and true one. So the Stock Assessment Subcommittee struggled with this issue, and rather than using the model-based reference points that would give you FMSY, BMSY, MSY values, we went with this approach, which says we were satisfied, the board was satisfied with the status of the stock when we declared it recovered. We were satisfied with the size of it. We thought, based on other analyses, it could produce a strong recruitment at this size. So what if, given the recruitment we've seen in the past, not looking at any kind of relationship, just what have we seen in the past, if you draw that over and over and over again into the future, what F is going to keep you at the stock size that the board was satisfied with in the past? So that is the approach that we went with as the technical committee to try and deal with sort of the uncertainty in that relationship, and the best way forward to find sort of a proxy for this relationship that's very difficult to come by. So those are the numbers in the document now.
Thank you. Can I ask one more? Sure. On the next page, proposed recreational fishery management, there was a SPR analysis done in support of these. What's happening with the commercial, when this SPR analysis is being done, what's happening on the commercial side? Are you assuming that there's a recreational-only fishery, so there's nothing happening with the commercial, versus you assume some selectivity pattern with the commercial fishery, and that just runs in the background constant?
Right. I think that the SPR numbers are it's hard to do without tweaking everything all at once. So yes, we assumed that the commercial fishery would remain unchanged, and that for these values, so the value in them is sort of comparing amongst individual reference points for a specific fishery to try and see how that changes it. But obviously, changes to the commercial fishery, changes to the coast versus the bay, will change those numbers as well.
Lewis?
Yeah, a question. I hope it doesn't devolve into comment. What was the thought process behind the option that basically zeroes out North Carolina's commercial harvest?
It's not personal, Lewis.
How could you take it any other way?
I'll explain. So it's based off of your 2013 harvest level. So that's what I was saying, is that some of these options are confounded by that was my point in the commercial fisheries section, that some of these options are confounded by the fact that striped bass haven't been available to North Carolina's coastal fishery in the last couple of years.
Martin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question from Mike. On the recreational side, there's options for minimum size, different minimum sizes, bag limits, and even a slot limit. Are seasonal closures a tool that's available to us?
Yeah, the PDT batted this around, and we just found it too challenging to come up with specific options for season closures in this document for the entire coast. As you guys know, these fish are migratory, and so the season's going to look very differently if you look at the state of Massachusetts relative to North Carolina. And so we felt like the best approach for that would be to allow that. Of course, anything is allowed under the conservation equivalency approach. And so, if states formulate a more specific program to achieve the same reduction, then we could go through the conservation equivalency approach to do the season closures and that sort of thing.
Thank you. I would like to, at the appropriate time, comment on the virtues of doing so, at least from my jurisdiction's perspective.
Before I go to the second round from Tom and Rob, is there anybody that needs a first round question? I see one person in the audience that has a question. Okay, could you come up and state your name and affiliation?
I'm Arnold Leo, representing the town of East Hampton.
Mike, the question I have is, since the average commercial landings have been 19% below the allowable landings, why is the commercial sector being required to have an equal reduction with the recreational sector, since it was already 19% below the allowable harvest? Wouldn't it be equitable that the commercial be required to do a 12% reduction in order to achieve the 31%?
Yeah, I mean, that's making the assumption that the fishery is going to maintain exactly how it did in 2013. If you end up harvesting if each state ended up harvesting all of their quota, then they wouldn't be taking a reduction. And so that's what I mean. I think this is really a board question, which is why in the document there are options that range from status quo, no reduction, up to what was required or would be equal to the recreational sector, which was 31%.
Yeah, I just remind you in the draft addendum, it says specifically in a couple of places that the commercial landings are expected to remain constant as they have since 1990.
Okay, Tom, you ready for your second bite?
Sure am. Just getting warmed up. Some of the questions were answered, so I appreciate that. One, I think I know the answer, but I'll ask, is that the Chesapeake Bay spring trophy fishery is silent in the plan, and probably 5 or 6 years ago when the board agreed to remove the quota, it was with the understanding that if we got to a point like today where reductions along the coastal fleet were required, we would take those on the Chesapeake Bay spring trophy fishery as well. Is it silent because that would fall under a conservation equivalency plan? Just wondering if we need to be adding something specific in the addendum, because I know our constituents will be asking that question. And then I have one other follow-up.
Yeah, I was just double checking. So everything is wrapped into this. So if the Chesapeake Bay wanted to establish that trophy fishery again, it would have to be done through the conservation equivalency, because we're making the assumption that those separate programs didn't exist. It's all wrapped into the analysis.
All right, well, I think that's an added point that there was more involvement. We would have got that up front earlier, but we're definitely interested in maintaining our spring fisheries, so we'll have to pursue that, and I may have a suggestion later. My other is a comment. This board is looking at making some very significant actions pertaining to a marquee fishery along the Atlantic coast, and not to say that we should not be taking any actions, but based upon what I've been reviewing with the technical analysis, that I think it really comes down to a cost-benefit analysis and trying to weigh the impacts versus the likely benefits of our action today, and wondering if there's any possible way to include some socioeconomic information either in the addendum or to the board later in time to really understand what the impact of these actions are going to be against what the hopes of the benefits will be.
Yeah, we dealt with this with Menhaden as well, and to be honest, it was all that we could do to get this document produced with everything that was happening at the technical committee level, all the analyses the PDT was doing to try and wrap these options up for this board meeting. And so, I see one other mechanism is the AP commenting on the options being a potential proxy for socioeconomic benefits or impacts, but obviously not to the extent that I think you're suggesting, which is a more full analysis, but we just didn't have the time to do it on the timeline we've been operating on. And, it will also rely heavily on the data that's available to achieve that analysis.
Rob?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would you like me to confine this to still what Mike has presented rather than anything else? Is that correct? On the second round?
I'm just looking for questions, and then we're going to open it up and go through the whole document.
I'm fine with that. I'd like to comment on what Tom just said for a second, which was, I hadn't intended that, but in the document in the beginning, just to talk about a little bit the statement of the problem, it would be good to see benefits. So in Virginia, there is a need to have a higher quality recreational fishery. That hasn't changed since we went into Amendment 6. I mean, the same type of sediments, but at the same time, I'll ask a couple of questions of Mike. One is it typical if the assessments through 2012, and there hasn't been a 2013 update, yet the reductions are from 2013. I have all the data here compiled for harvest and what I call discard losses rather than dead discards, and 2013 is certainly much higher than 2012 for all the coastal recreational fisheries as well as for the Bay jurisdiction recreational fisheries. So I was just wondering, was that thought about where the cuts took place in reference to the out of sync with the assessment that was done through 2012, the benchmark? So that's one question. I'll come back for another in just one sec.
I think this answers it, but tell me if it doesn't. So we base the reductions off of the 2013 harvest, which is admittedly preliminary.
Small follow-up and higher, so the reductions are obviously higher too. So because there's more losses, removals from the stock in 2013 than 2012. I mean, some states had very good harvests in 2013. And so I'll just go on to the next question. The next question is, like Dave Borden, I wasn't sure about this probability, but on a different note, you had mentioned the, I'll call it the variability of the resampling of the recruitment, and taking a number of years and then resampling from them, and that's part of your projections. Do you see difficulty if there are percentage reductions higher or lower with being able to do the same thing? In other words, I don't know, but I'd ask you, when you did that analysis, or when the technical committee did that analysis, you do the resampling, I guess you called it bootstrapping too, but are there different outcomes involved that also have probability associated with them in how that recruitment is resampled, or is there a constancy there? And I know that's pretty detailed, but maybe Katie has an idea.
I believe the years of recruitment that went in were the recruitment estimated by the model for the same set of years that were used for the reference points. So I think that includes 1990 to 2012. So each of those went in as a year and had an equal probability of being selected. So you go through, and then we start the projection model in 2012. You assume that the 2013 landings come out in 2013, 2014, in 2015. You put in your new restrictions, reduced landings, and project the population forward and see what happens. Drawing on those, so you pick about 4 years of recruitment to see what happens, and you repeat that multiple times, and that's the probability. So out of all of those runs, the 50% of them got to at or below the target if you reduced it by the percentages we presented. I'm not sure if that answers your question, or if you had...
That does answer the question, because the last thing I remember is there was a truncated years of recruitment back before this benchmark was done and the follow-up the technical committee did. I think they only used like 2004 forward or something like that. So I think this is a more realistic reflection of the stock dynamics over time since 1990, so thank you.
Hey, John.
Thank you, Doug. I just had a question. I'm looking at the figure 2, and to maintain the spawning stock biomass near the new target would be at a level where just a few years ago we've seen pretty much the disappearance of fish like weakfish in Delaware Bay. I was wondering might be helpful for the public reading that if we put something in about the multi-species effect of maintaining striped bass at this new target level could be detrimental to other species, because, I mean, we've seen it as the levels come down. We've finally seen some return of weakfish to Delaware Bay, particularly this year. Shad, we've had our best American shad landings in several years. As I said, I'm not trying to be a wise guy here, but I think that we have to look at the fact that striped bass do not exist in a vacuum, and maintaining them at this very high population level does have effects on other species. Thank you.
Well, Mike and I were talking about this, and I'd like to get the input of the board on this, because this involves ecosystem dynamics and whether something, I understand that as our striped bass population, as the SSB is declining, there are corresponding things that are happening, but the question is, do we have a direct link between, do we have science that shows there's that direct link? Now, maybe there, for example, with weakfish, we could bring in some information from the MSVPA. I hesitate to put anything in that doesn't have some kind of a science background behind it, as opposed to. So at least I wanted to get the board's feeling on that. Yep, sure.
If I can just follow up, Doug. Yeah, I mean, the weakfish last assessment that showed there was a big increase in natural mortality. Of course, it couldn't prove what species were responsible for that, but it looked like striped bass, spiny dogfish, and possibly bottlenose dolphins were part of the reason that the natural mortality had increased so much. So, as I said, once again, we all appreciate striped bass. I'm just saying that the level that we're talking about with these new reference points did correspond to, when I look at that figure 2, where the population was at the highest, we had like nothing in the bay other than striped bass for fishermen to really target. So just an observation, and as I said, I think the public in Delaware would, and other states in the Mid-Atlantic might appreciate knowing that there are consequences to keeping the stock at this very high level.
Any feedback from the board? I know I had Lewis, and then I see Tom's hand here. Nope. Tom?
Yeah, something hit me when you brought up 2012, and I thought about it that 2012 was an interesting year, especially in New Jersey, about our catch data. And I know we never can do this when NIMS has a stock assessment. Well, can we put an asterisk for New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut for 2012 and say the fishery was pretty much shut down, and starting like the last week in October till December, because there was no fishery in November and December in 2012 because of Sandy. And I just sit here, we can never do it when we're basically dealing with scub or any other species or high HMS, but at least as a commission we can put the little asterisk when we look at those 2012 catch figures, both commercially and recreationally, and take into consideration that we had an extraordinary event. And I don't know how much Delaware's impacted in their fall fishery, but I know New Jersey, New York, and Connecticut was. So I would like to just see that. I'm not asking for any special things, but I'd like to see that asterisk said there was a weather event that really caused the fishery in those states to have a real drop, and that was the reason the drop was. It wasn't because there was less fish available, it wasn't because there was less fishing effort, is that we had no fishing effort because we couldn't do it. So I'd just like to see that included when we basically look at the stock assessment, because on these all these figures that look crazily over the years that sit around when we caught 2/3 of the weak fish catch in 2003, and I asked for them to establish the quota then for New Jersey because we caught 2/3. I'd like to see those numbers at least reflect some major event like this, and it should happen any time we have a kind of extraordinary event, whether it's a hurricane down south or hurricane up north or something, because we're going to see a lot more of those events, and we should look at those as catch figures when we basically go from the following year.
Dave, and then Pat.
Yeah, I guess I'm just, taking in what John said, and we've had discussions, and I'm looking at the stock assessment trends, and from Figure 2, and in 2012 we were right about at the same level as 1995, our target. So that's what we're trying to manage to, is what we have now. And I guess I'm wondering, I think the sense from the public is the stock has fallen much more than that. And then I begin to think about how much of the stock appears to be in federal waters versus in state waters and is unexploited, and what the sense of Katie and the technical committee folks, how represented is that stock that's in the EEZ in the assessment? Because, concerns about they're outside the survey areas, they're outside the fishery. Are we missing something, or what's the comfort level there?
So the large portion of the stock that's in the EEZ are going to get sampled in the independent surveys that the various states have on their spawning grounds, so they'll get picked up in there. So they're not, even though they're out in the EEZ, they don't stay there forever. They come back into state waters for harvest, and they certainly come back in for spawning and will be picked up in the surveys. So they're not a missing component as far as abundance and biomass in the model.
Okay, I have Pat, Dennis, Lewis, and Rob, and I'd like to wrap this up with that and then possibly take a quick break and then start working on the document. So, Pat, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been a good discussion around the table. Issues have been brought up that could have been concerned about what our goal was in this document. As I recall, we had an outcry from all the public up and down the coast. They're seeing less fish, absolutely no question about it. Whether they're moving further offshore or up along the coastline, as Dr. Laney has pointed out several times to this board, their surveys are showing that the stock is actually moving outward and upward. And we can talk about distances and so on, but the reality is they're not in our waters anymore. A couple of years ago, folks up north, Mr. Abbott and group, wanted to put some very serious restrictions on what we were doing because they weren't seeing small fish. But the reality of it is, as Mr. Simpson said, we have a repeat of 1995. The difference is when it crashed, when the stock crashed, we were down to about 20 million pounds of spawning stock biomass. I might be off a couple million pounds, right? But the reality is now we're about 120 million pounds. Sounds like a great difference, but the reality is the fishermen aren't seeing the fish and they aren't catching them. And the emphasis put on this document is how do we meet the tenet or the agreement that we reached recently in a meeting when we said we were going to be well on our way to reducing the mortality and at least be at the fishing mortality target with implementation by January 2015. It appears in this document there are 2 or 3 options that allow us to move very quickly, do it in 1 year, and we'll have screaming from the public, or do it in 2 years. But I'm going to wrap it up.
Question?
I do. So the question is, Mr. Chairman, are we at a point where we want to make a motion to approve this document for the public?
No, I think I just described to you when we were going to have that. Dennis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To Mr. Clark's comments about the effects of striped bass on weak fish and the like, and other comments made similarly, I think we could all have our, what I would consider somewhat anecdotal information of what happens when we have a high-order predator, which is eating other things in the ocean. Bill Adler usually wants to see striped bass disappear, so he'll have more lobsters in his traps. And if I look at, as an example, if I look at Tom Fode's comments about 2012 and Sandy and what effect it had in reducing New Jersey's catch, I could make an anecdotal assumption that the states of Maine, New Hampshire, and northern Massachusetts should have seen a great abundance of striped bass in their waters. But that didn't happen, so I don't think that we can place a lot of validity on things that are said about this, that, and the other thing. The only thing that's true is that striped bass is a predator, and it will eat a lot of critters when it has the opportunity. Thanks.
Lewis? Questions?
I was just going to give Mike another chance at answering the previous question. I mean, no, I'm just kidding you, Mike. But
which one?
The 2013. I mean, we went around the table and started talking. Rob was talking about the 2013 landings and concern about the assessment doesn't go through 2013. There seems to be this inclination that that's going to stay in the document. Is that true? I guess that's my question. I mean, have we ever done anything like that before? I mean, I don't care what the data says or what the confounding factors are in the analysis and those hurricanes and those kinds of things. I mean, the fact remains there's an option in there that takes North Carolina down to 0 pounds. I mean, am I jumping ahead of you, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, you are, but I look at it as if in the next section anybody can make a motion to remove an option, to add an option, to modify an option.
Just would have saved a lot of time if that hadn't even been considered. I'm just trying to figure out why it was even included. But that's okay. I'll wait until the time comes.
Okay, Rob, you got the last bite.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it really is not so much a question, but again, I think the premise for this document, part of it ought to be to indicate what the benefits are. And if we are trying to conserve the 2011 year class, then that ought to be said. And if we're trying to improve the recreational fisheries compared to what they've been recently, that should be said. But don't think that I haven't listened to others around the table. It's catch. I mean, it's the same thing that when we went into 2011 into Boston, the statistics were there were a 65% decrease in the B2s. Well, what's going on now is the harvest actually went up, as I said before, in a lot of the states, including Maine, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts in 2013, and other states. However, at the same time, the catch is way off and falling because you can tell from the discard losses, which really have plummeted down. I mean, and that's, to the point of discard losses during the 2004 to 2008 period were 1.5 million to 1 million fish. In 2012, it was 257,000. Went back up in 2013 to 525. So I do agree with the public's perception of what they are saying. I do understand that because this is by and far a situation about not having the catch. And so you can imagine how many fish we're talking about. If the figures I gave you are 9%, they've really come way down. So I would first of all like, when it's the right time, to talk about not just having sort of a mandate in the beginning of the document of we're doing this because of that. We also should promote some reasons that the public can understand. And I guess the second thing is, as we talk later on, we should indicate something about that 2011 year class. I know we're waiting for another follow-up, but that's really part of what we're trying to do here. And I don't think there's anything wrong with promoting that.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. We'll get back here at about 3:40. All right, is everybody taking their seat here? We're going to move forward here. The first place I'd like to move to is go through each of these issues and see if there's any additions, changes, or anything people want to take out. So we'll start with issue number 1, and maybe if you could put up those issues on the board as we go through it on the
Coastwide reference point.
the coastwide population. Each issue 1 is the coastwide reference points. I'll wait till it gets up on the board and then. Okay, that's it. So are there any changes, additions, subtractions people want to make off of this? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to issue 2. And that's the Chesapeake Bay stock reference point. We have option A and option B. Are there any changes, additions, subtractions that people want to make to this issue? Oh, Bill?
Yeah, only, and we covered this already. By the time this goes out down there to hearing, will there be something on option B for them or not? So it'll just be what?
Unless there's a change made here, it will be what's written for option B.
Okay, seeing no changes or objections here, I'm going to go to issue 3. We have the Albemarle Roanoke Sound. We have a couple of options here. Any changes, additions? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to issue 4.
That takes us to the
proposed
recreational option.
These are the proposed recreational options. No.
It should just be like the next slide.
It was just labeled 3. It didn't say issue 4, so just roll it.
Slide 22. No, recreational. Yeah, right there.
Okay, recreational options. Tom?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. If you would allow me at this time, before we get into the actual specific management options, I would like to put a motion on the table to talk about the time frame for which we're trying to achieve the target level of fission. And if you would, I have staff with that information.
Okay, go ahead. If you've got that motion, if you can save where we're at here, because I know this will affect some of the decisions we might make here in under the next issues.
Thank you, and I'll provide some reasoning afterwards. I move to include in draft addendum 4 a modification of management trigger 3 under section 4.1 in amendment 6 to require the board to adjust fish and mortality to a level that is at or below the target within 3 years instead of 1 year.
And once we get that up on the board, I'd like to have I'd need a second for us to consider it. Rick Bellavance seconds it. And once we get it up there, I'll let Tom provide his justification. Is that it? Just make sure that's correct.
That's correct.
Okay, and that was seconded by Rick Bellavance. Go ahead, Tom.
Just real briefly, I think, as I mentioned earlier, 32 to 36% reduction is going to have large socioeconomic impacts as well as potential ecological impacts. And, I think we don't have a stock situation that is in dire need of protection. A lot of this has to do with the quality of the fishery. We've seen this stock produce strong year classes at this biomass level. We know that there's retrospective bias that is not being considered at this point in time, and this would allow for a gradual approach and we'll look forward to the board discussion on this. Thanks.
Okay, who would like to speak on this motion? I have Paul so far. Okay, go ahead, Paul.
Normally I would completely agree with my colleague from Maryland on that statement in this motion, except that we began this discussion over 2 years ago, and with the projection to get these reductions in place, which would be another year, it's not a 3-year delay, it's a 6-year delay. And we're actually working off the tenets of Amendment 6, which are pretty clear about what this board is supposed to do. We're not supposed to wait until we fall down well below the levels that you're suggesting. We're supposed to take an action now. You've talked about socioeconomic impacts and the need to evaluate those if we take this action. We haven't had that discussion about the impacts that have taken place along the coast over the past 6 years. We've already had those impacts. Someone already alluded to the 65 to 70% cut in total catch. That is our recreational fishery. There's a significant impact on those fisheries, particularly up in New England, that we have felt in terms of economy and social benefits. So I understand that this is difficult. It's always difficult when we have to make a cut, especially when our fisheries aren't completely falling apart. But with striped bass, we took a very deliberate approach to how we were going to react to and address changes in stock condition. This is the change that we identified many years ago as a point in time when we'll take a serious action to reduce fishing mortality. We've reached it. In fact, we've gone beyond, in my belief, we've gone well beyond the time that we allowed ourselves to take this action. So I think that any further delays is going to hurt the credibility of the Commission. It's going to completely tarnish the integrity of the striped bass management plan, which I think we've worked really hard to maintain as a top-notch managed program. And I don't think that's our intent, but I'm afraid that would be the result of delaying any action on this. So I wouldn't support this particular motion.
Before I go to other commenters, I just want to have one clarification, Tom. This would essentially create another issue where we'd have status quo, which is what's in Amendment 6, and this would be an option. Or are you talking about replacing what's in status quo?
I'm thinking that this would be an added measure to look at a broader range of reduction scenarios that will allow us to look at a more phased-in approach to achieve the reduction as currently in the draft plan. Thanks.
Thank you, Tom. Lewis?
I'll pass.
Then I have Rob and John and Richie.
Yeah, I hear the information from Paul, and I don't know about the 6 years. I mean, the ASMFC made a decision in 2011, and probably whether or not it was the right decision, it's too late to look back at that. But I don't think dropping the amount of fishing mortality rate to the target brings back the year classes that haven't been there. I think someone identified earlier the Chesapeake Bay as a large component of providing fishing opportunity for the coast. And I think earlier on Bob Beal had mentioned 8 years of poor or average recruitment. That's not quite the case. Of course, 2011 was very good in the Bay, and there were also year classes earlier, so I would say closer to about a 5-year performance of poor to average or less than average to average year classes. So it's going to be a rebuilding situation for those who want to revisit the way things were prior to about 2007, maybe even 2008, because 2008 data looks pretty strong too, both on the discard losses and on the harvest. So I agree with Tom that to take such a drastic cut all at once, especially we know that we haven't solved the problem of what year are we really supposed to take the reductions from. 2013 is what's in the document now. With the the situation with the fishery having some bias on that terminal year, which even if you averaged it out and it were 10%, because I think it's a little bit higher than that, but I think if you average out it might be 10%, then all of a sudden you're at the target, with the idea that the retrospective not only affects the current 2012 fishing mortality, it also affects the reference points, if you look at it that way. So I think there's, it's taking a pretty giant step, and the payback is that we have to wait a little bit, conserve the 2011 year class to some extent, wait for the next good year class in the Bay and other areas, which used to be called producer areas, also need to show better recruitment overall. And that's really what we're doing here. We can't just say this is all about fishing mortality rate.
John?
I'll pass Doug. Rob covered it great.
Richie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly agree with Paul, and he said it better than I could. I had a number of fishermen contact me before coming down here, and they asked me what I thought the outcome would be here today, and I said, gee, I'd be surprised if we don't send a document out to the public. And they said, well, when would it take effect? And I said, well, we've already committed previously to have regulations in place for 2015. So I said, I don't see anything that would change that. They said, we'll be surprised. The Commission kicks the can down the road. And my concern here with this is, if you put this in the document, the technical committee, we'd have to send it back to the technical committee. You can't put this by itself in the document. How are you going to implement one fish at 28 inches over 3 years? How are you going to average that in? So if it goes back to the technical committee, if it goes back to the AP, we're putting it off a year. You can't get these regulations. If you do that, you can't get regulations in place for 2015. So I'm going to have to oppose this.
Russ?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a feeling I'm in favor of this motion, because I don't see anything that precludes this board from making a decision in August that would be one fish at 28 inches, because it's within 3 years, and this would be part of that whole thing. I look at it more as the future and the possibility of us being over the target next year, and all of a sudden we got to do something again. So I'd like to have a little more leeway, especially if we have to do something again next year and this measure doesn't work. And I think that gives us that. So at this point, unless I hear something to the contrary, I'm in favor of this motion.
Mike has a question for the maker of the motion on it, just for clarification before we...
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just from my perspective, in the context of this addendum, it would seem as though we would go back and run the projections over a 3-year time frame and see what the % reduction is necessary to achieve or to reduce F to the target in 3 years, as opposed to the 1 and the 2-year time frame that is already laid out in the document.
Yeah, that's my understanding. I mean, I heard a couple comments that were kicking the can down the road. You know, this motion was not to say that we are not going to be taking action in 2015. You know, it'd be my intention that we are going to be taking some action, but we can take an action at a more incremental basis over the next up to 3 years if the board chooses to. Thanks.
Tom.
I remember years ago people panicking, and this is way before, this is like 2004, when it basically we weren't seeing 8-year-old and fish, and all of a sudden New Jersey was forced to put in a slot limit, and basically went through all the permutations, and we did the regression analysis, and 3 years later we basically says, oh, by the way, since we took away your producing area status, so you can't use the conservation there, and we're no longer that parent, you have to go at 2 or 28. I mean, there's people who've been yelling for us to do something on striped bass for 15 years, even when the numbers were really high. 33% or whatever we're going to wind up reduction here, at that level is a huge amount of reduction in 1 year. It is basically, I mean, we have a recreational fishery and a commercial fishery that are in trouble up and down the coast. Between storms, between everything else that's affecting them, the price of gas, everything else. And there is a huge social economic impact to do this. And I don't care when it's like weak fish, when we have to rebuild the stock, or winter flounder, that we basically have a stock that's collapsed. But as we're saying right now, this stock isn't even overfishing. Overfishing is not taking place. So if I came here in summer flounder and the projections that 3 years from now that we basically might be over and we might have to do a reduction, so we should go to 2 fish in summer flounder right now at 20 inches, I'd be laughed and hung out of the table. But that's, and take a 33% reduction. So I'm saying if we're going to base this on science, we really got to base it on the whole science problem and how we deal with it. So I'm looking at this, and if you want to do something, let's do it incrementally, because when 2 years from now, when the regression analysis says we're not even close to mortality, I don't have to sit here and say, I told you so.
Paul? Oh, sorry, Paul. You've already had one crack. I'm going to let Rick go first, and then, Paul, you can get your second crack at this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I like including this option into the addendum. From my perspective and from the folks that I speak to in our neck of the woods, we don't see a problem. For every fisherman that Richie talks to, I'm talking to a fisherman that thinks that there's plenty of stripers out there and that we should do something to start to reduce some effort, but I think a 3-year time period will give us a little more flexibility and take into consideration some of those economic and social impacts to the folks that rely on this fish.
Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think anybody disputes that there are plenty of stripers out there. It's just that there's a lot less than there has been, and we have set some benchmarks for which we agreed that we would take actions back in Amendment 6. And now, where we've reached the point where it's time to take those actions, we want to establish a new motion that says let's go back and change Amendment 6 so that we can delay what we said that we were going to do. And so that's what I have a problem with. So to put this in context, I would really like to see Section 4.1 in Amendment 6. I didn't bring Amendment 6 with me. I guess I should have. But sometime before we get a chance to vote on this motion, I'd like to see that, to put this motion in context so we know exactly what we're replacing in Amendment 6. Thank you.
Do you want to, you have something? Then I'll go to Dennis.
Yeah, amendments, the trigger that we're discussing is in the statement of the problem. It talks about a concern as a management trigger in Amendment 6 that states, and it directly quotes what the trigger states. Paul, that doesn't tell all the management triggers, but it is talking about the one that we are considering changing through this motion.
Okay, I've got Dennis and then Martin, and then I'm going to go to the public to see if they have any comments on this, and then I'll come back to the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What happened to the motion there? Regarding the motion, it's quite unclear to me what happens over 3 years. Could there be some elaboration? Are we still seeking to reduce fishing mortality by 30%, or 36%? Are we looking to do it 10% next year, 10 the following year, 10 the following year? And how do we achieve that? I don't think there's enough specificity in saying that we're going to require the board to adjust fishing mortality to a level below the target within 3 years. Are we going to wait 3 years before we do anything? Or are we going to do something, yes or no, for 2015 and 16 and 17, if that's the case?
I'll ask the maker of the motion to respond to that. Tom?
Yes, as I stated earlier, it's my intention that it would be action implemented in 2015. That specific action needs board discussion. I first wanted to see if there was board support to look at achieving the reduction in F to the target level over 3 years over 3 years versus 1 year. With my intention that the board would begin that action in 2015. At what level yet? I think that's something for more discussion, but one example would be 10% each year for 3 years. That's just one option, but my intention is that action would begin in 2015.
Okay, Martin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd want to speak in favor of the motion, and to Tom Fode's point of the magnitude of the reduction, and to the maker of the motion, Commissioner O'Connell's approach of incremental adjustments and doing something in 2015. I just hope the board doesn't, we're focused on declining spawning stock biomass with striped bass, but don't forget about the other metric of decline that we're all looking at, or at least many of us are looking at in our jurisdictions, and it's been present for the last decade and a half, which is declining participation in fishing. So we have a situation in my little jurisdiction. We're struggling to get people out on the water. I go out there every day and I'm surprised at how few people are fishing, families, young kids, whoever, and going to the level of magnitude, using Tom Fode's terms, looking at folks going to a one-fish bag. For an avid sport fisherman, it might not be a big deal, but for a family planning a trip to go out, create indelible memories that will keep their kids fishing, I think it's a big deal. So keep in mind the magnitude of the cut and consider the incremental approach. Thank you.
Anybody from the public have any comments on this motion? Yes, sir.
Maryland Charter Boat Association and an advisor from Maryland.
I'm sorry, I didn't get your name because your mic wasn't on at the time.
Ed O'Brien.
Thank you.
Welcome. Okay, I strongly feel that the advisors should have a comment on this before it goes out to public comment. To me, it's been a shame that we haven't had a advisors meeting where we came in here or somewhere and sat around and talked, because we've always gotten, I think that ASMFC has always gotten some advantage out of that. Be that as it may, we may have to have another quick conference call, which by far isn't as effective. But it's better than nothing, and I think that should happen before we send this out for public comment. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Ed. I think that'll happen. Okay, back to the board then. I have Richie, and then I have Pat.
I'd like to pass to Pat here, because he wanted to make the same point I was.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to have to oppose this motion. I think Paul has put a lot of good context to it, but as I'm sitting here thinking about it from a process standpoint back at home, it potentially puts us into a situation of having to go through a regulatory process multiple years in a row, and I don't think that's a good place to be putting this fishery into. I think we need to make a determination at some point, set some regulations, and then leave them and determine if they're going to work in the long term.
Any other discussion on this? Okay, you ready to caucus on this? I'll give you 30 seconds to caucus. Okay. All those in favor, raise your right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Keep them raised. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
What did you get?
There's 9.
9.
9 in favor.
All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Abstentions? 2. No votes? Yeah. Motion carries 9 to 5 to 2. Okay, with that, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, so based on the approval of that motion, what the PDT would do would update the projections based on any other suggested changes that occur at this meeting to include a time frame that was 3 years. So we've done 1 year was 36% reduction, 2 years is 32% reduction from 2013, and whatever that third year is what we would include in the document. I just wanted to make sure that's what the maker in this motion meant.
And then we would have 3 years to achieve that level of reduction, correct?
No, it would be, well, the way we have done the projections is that we're assuming it's a stepwise process, so that in 2015, you implement this reduction. It's 31% across the board, and you maintain that new level of harvest into the future, so that eventually, either in 2015, if you take the 36% reduction, you will get your F to the target, or in 2016, if you take the 32% reduction, you'll get to your F at that point. In 3 years, it would maybe be less, it would be less than 32%, but you would take some level of harvest cut, and it would just be a stepwise. So in 2015, you implement that, and then you maintain a constant harvest into the future. If that's not what you intend, if you want something different, please let the TC know so that we can do the calculations appropriately.
Yeah, that was not the intention. The intention was to look at strategies to bring the F rate to the target level up to within a 3-year time frame.
What I interpreted what you wanted was we would have some gradual changes to management measures that would bring us down to this 36% or 32% level within a 3-year period. So obviously you couldn't change the creel limit because there's only one step you can make from 2 to 1. But your size limits might go up in an increment, and your slot limit may shrink in increments, and your commercial harvest might be reduced, for example, a third.
And seasons could be an option that we haven't talked about yet.
I think, yeah, and that'd be a whole new thing that we'd be throwing in there, and I think that PDT, at least originally, was hoping that would be thrown in under conservational equivalency. Okay, Dennis, and then Rob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Seeing that we've passed this motion, and that's okay, and I don't think that we can infer what's implied there to get to where we want to go in 3 years, it seems to me that a further motion with the specificity of how in 3 years what we're going to do is it should be in order right now to give the technical committee the charge to get us where we want to be. Is that not correct?
That's what I assume was going to be sort of a follow-up here. In what increments, are you going to take 15% the first year, 5% the next year, 10% the next year, or are you going to go 10%, 10%, 10%, or 11, 11, 11, or something like that? Tom?
If you're looking for a motion to generate some discussion.
Yes.
All right. I would move that the states move forward with options in draft addendum 4 to achieve the necessary reduction over 3 years, with each year achieving a third of that reduction level.
Is there a second to that? Rob O'Reilly? And keep in mind, this is an option that that would be part of the last motion that we passed, because we still have the status quo option, which is what's in Amendment 6. Okay, since we have a second on this motion, do you want to speak to it first, Tom? And then I'll let Rob, as the seconder, speak to it.
I'm trying to generate some discussion. I recognize that action is necessary, given the public sentiment of this, and this is one scenario to go forward.
Rob?
I'd like to propose a friendly amendment, and if not, then I'll set it aside for another motion. But I've been troubled throughout about the assessment being completed through data year 2012, and right now what's in the document from the PDT are reductions from 2013. What I find troubling about that is we don't know what the fishing mortality rate is in 2013. I do know that the reduction will be less, but that's not the reason I'm bringing this up for the third time. It's because I'm not familiar with going forward in this manner where you don't know what the fishing mortality rate is, but you're taking a reduction. So I'd make a friendly amendment, if possible, to Tom to indicate that the necessary reduction from 2012 landings and discards, dead discards.
Who asked us to use 2013 data going for the projections?
What?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The discussion we're having up here is at the last board meeting, we had presented projections that were based off of 2012 harvest. And at that time, the board tasked the TC with updating the projections through 2013 landings. So that is the task that we completed. So is the recommendation then to go back to the projections that are based off of the 2012 harvest?
Rob?
Yes, I figured since you're going to be going back to do further projections that it would make sense to do that. And again, my discomfort is that you should go from the time period where you have your terminal F.
Does that clarify?
Yep.
So I will let Tom decide whether he wants this to be a friendly. My personal preference is chair, that would be a separate motion, because I think it's substantially different from this, which is trying to get us at specific yearly changes in F that would be required from the previous motion. Probably should have been in the previous motion, but as Tom said, he wanted to get it. So if we could just keep it clean, it'd make it easier. Okay, discussions on this motion. So I have Dave Simpson, I have Paul Diodati, and Mark Gibson.
Yeah, I guess just wanted to observe that I think this could be fairly straightforward in the commercial side. You have a quota, and you have to move from this number to this number, and you could do it in steps. Not so easy, I don't think, in the recreational side, how you would do it, and I'm not sure it saves a whole lot of pain. I guess we've already made that decision, but the idea of, say you did it by minimum size, it's 28 inches this year, then next year it's 30 inches, and the year after that it's 32 inches, and the years after that it's 33 inches. And the one thing I consistently get from the public is we hate change. And if you're going to do it once. And and then leave us alone. So I'm worried about the practical side of it, and I'm worried about the additional limitation it puts on us for flexibility. So,
Paul.
Yeah, I just need a point of clarification, Mr. Chairman. At our last meeting, we approved two motions which are in the introduction to the current addendum. And that second motion is the second motion was to reduce fishing mortality, at least to the fishing mortality target, with an implementation of that fishing program in 2015, January of 2015. So given the motion that was just approved, not this one, the one that we just approved, what does that do to the motion that we approved at the last meeting? So does this become two options?
Yes, there are two options, which is the status quo option, which incorporates the motion that we made last meeting, because we had to do it within a year, which is what's called for under Amendment 6. And now we have a second option here, which would give them 3 years to have that. We're going to have to make a decision on that in the final action. Mark Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to say I'm confused, but I may have misunderstood Tom's original motion, because, like staff, I thought we were talking about a percent reduction was less than 32%, and the consequence of that would be that we would be on a delayed SSB recovery trajectory, and therefore it would take longer to get to the fishing mortality rate. Now I'm understanding that we're not going to achieve that that percent reduction in the first year necessary to get the 3-year consequence to F, but we're going to phase that in so that, and I don't even know what the percentage would be, and I don't know what the consequences of the SSB trajectory are. I know how long it takes to get to the F, so good luck with those projections, but I think I would have voted differently had I understood the past motion better, but water over the bridge now.
Tom Foti, and then Bill Adler.
In response to Dave Simpson's remarks about changing the regulations every year, well, some of us were around, and I think you were around, but not in the commission spot, that we had to do that when we went from 28 to 30 to 32 to 34. We've been down this road before to basically, because back then we were protecting the 82-year class until it spawned, 82-year class? Yeah, until it spawned at least one. So we changed the regulations. And unlike most of your states, we're the only state, I think, that still does it by legislation. So it means, versus, looking at me and saying, oh, God, we got to go to the legislature 5 times, or 3 times. It's just, yeah, that's what we've done. And, we usually have a problem sometimes getting in, so we get voted out of compliance. But usually before this fishing season, we get the bill passed. So, yeah, we've done it before, and we can do it again. I mean, that's the least of the problems, whether you look at the consequences. And, in 2 years, when we do the regression analysis and basically decide that we really don't need to implement another reduction in 3 years, and we basically change this, at least we won't be dramatically hurting the fishermen until those 2 years that we find out we didn't need to do this. That's my concerns.
Bill.
I just want to get back on the track here. We left off at issue 4, and you asked, okay, should we leave them in, take them out, whatever. Is this in issue 4, or is this a separate thing in the addendum that will go out to public hearing? The last couple of things we've done. Where is it?
What we've done with the previous motion is we've created another issue, whether we're going to take 1 year to do it or 3 years to do it. And this is clarifying, this particular motion is clarifying what percentage increment we're going to take, reduction we're going to take each of the 3 years.
So then we're going to go back to issue 4, where we left off? Okay, thank you.
Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to speak against this because it's so specific. I mean, I understand the intent of the last motion, but if our state wants to make one change that'll get us there in 3 years and they do it the first year, that should be an option. This is very specific, that you have to do 1/3 every year, and I don't like that being that specific.
Steve, a state can always be more conservative than what's called for in the plan. So if we chose this, this would be the minimum you'd have to take every year. You could go all at once if you wanted to, if you choose this. Okay, seeing no other discussion, let's caucus on this. I'll give you 20 seconds to caucus.
Point of clarification, Mr. Chairman.
You already caught you.
Sure. Okay, are we ready to vote here? All those in favor, raise your right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 5. Abstentions? 2. Motion carries 9 to 5 to 2. All right, I think we're now on to issue 4, which is the recreational size limits. Bag limits, excuse me. So once we get that up on the board, I'll see if anybody wants to make changes, additions, deletions, and I see we've got, I've got Tom, I've got Louis, Rob, and Richie. Are we going to get... we got that. Okay, go ahead, Tom.
I'm passing because we're either going to be at 2 fish or 1 fish, so there's no sense of even discussing that. So,
Louis.
Well, my idea is kind of a combination between them. Maybe there'd be a better time to do it, but I'd like to consider a 1 fish bag limit with a slot limit to go out to public comment. And I know the argument's going to be you can't keep a trophy fish, but you can't keep a trophy red drum. And look at the impacts on the spawning stock biomass of red drum by disallowing the harvest of those big adult fish. So what I'm hearing and what I've been hearing, especially after the little trawl gate debacle about 4 years ago, was how badly we needed to protect these big fish. And I would like to see an option C of 1 fish bag limit and a 28 to 40 inch slot limit.
The way I'd like it done is by motions, and you can either do it now or at the size, when we get to size limits. It doesn't make any difference to me, but do it by motions and get a second and see if the board wants to put that option in.
All right, I'll make a motion that we develop an option C for public comment. That would be a 1 fish bag limit with a 28 to 40 inch slot limit.
Is there a second? I see Pat Augustine is seconding this for inclusion. Discussion on the motion, Richie White.
I would assume that this is more conservative than our existing options, and a state can always be more conservative. So I guess I don't quite understand why you would need to have this in, because if we do the 1 fish 28 inches, North Carolina could do this.
That is true. Tom, and then...
Yeah, I'm a little confused over this because we're deciding on a 1 fish or 2 fish bag limit, and we weren't talking about size, so that would have been when we get to the size, because that's what I wanted to comment on. So are we still just talking about 1 fish bag limit, 2 fish bag limit, or now a 3 fish bag limit, or 1.5 inch bag limit? I mean, but that's, if you're going to tell me just we're discussing bag limits, and that's what you said, that's why I passed.
With the one fish, and then Lewis wanted to add in the slot limit. So, Louis?
I was just doing what the chairman told me to do. So don't jump on me. And I agreed with you, Mr. Chairman, by the way. We could all, you want to take off all the maximum size limits and say the states can be more conservative? I don't think that would be in the best interest of Red Drum. So I don't necessarily think that's fair. I think these fish are in the EEZ. They're coming into the EEZ. They're the big spawning females. We've got concerns. We want abundance, but we're whacking the 60-pound fish. And you got a charter goes out with a 6-pack, and they come in with 18, 40-plus pound fish. That's a little bit overkill, in my opinion, especially on a stock where there seems to be coast-wide concern about their status. So I bring it up wherever you would prefer it be discussed is cool with me. I just think it's an option that needs to go out to the public, and I think you'll get a lot of support for that option.
David?
Yeah, I don't know if Lewis knows the % reduction, but if he does, that's great. It should be included. If he doesn't, then I would say if this passes, let's include that in the description as we have with the others, and then the public can weigh it.
Yeah, that's our intent. One more?
Or was it Lewis's intent, or were you sort of guessing at what would be required for our 30 to 32 or 34% reduction? Are you comfortable that it's probably more than that, and that's what you want, or?
Yes, I know it's more than that, and it's going to protect those big adult fish. Now, you might want to consider with a slot, you might be able to retain 2 fish and still get the reduction you need. And that may be an attractive option for somebody else to make the motion on. But I'm just looking at, that's a lot of fish. One fish, that's.
There already is an option here for 2 fish in a slot already in here. So, all right, Rick.
I'm going to defer for a few minutes. Thanks.
All right. Any other discussion on this motion? Anybody want to speak to it from the public? All right, back to the board. I'll give you 20 seconds to caucus on this. Okay. All those in favor, raise your right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I got 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 14. All those opposed? 2. Abstentions? No votes? The motion passes 14 to 2 to 0. To 0. Oh, Tom.
Since we seem to move to size instead of just bag limits now, I'm looking at the option of 28 to 34, and I realize in certain times of the year in certain locations, that basically is not a 30% reduction, it's actually a 100% reduction. I know a number of years ago we looked at taking a slot and having a fish from a certain size, I think it was 28 to 32, and then another one above 40-something to something, and basically had that as a slot limit so you can basically get in and have at least one fish to take home. Unless we go to 2 at 33, which would actually kill more fish. I'm looking for a place that we can do a slot that would give us the reduction, but allow the 2 fish, 1 over and 1 under. Since you're in a situation like up in Raritan Bay and other areas that there is no fish under 34 inches, so you basically wind up, having 0 people going fishing because they can't keep fish. So we got to figure out some way of doing that. To have the slot limit at 28 to 34 is not going to work in a lot of states. It's the same way in Chesapeake Bay. They have the 1 slot limit that goes in their situation there, and it's actually forcing them to fish on the fish we're trying to protect. So I think we need to look at different options on how we do those slots and go back and look at some of those old data. And I don't know what the motion to make. I don't know whether to make a motion to look at a much more of a 2 fish slots with a gap in between to basically account for the 36% reduction. Is that what you want as a motion, or is over the period of time? I mean, that's what I'm
hoping to get specific options in here and to try and narrow it too, because we don't want to have this as this huge document. So I'll go to Dave Simpson, and then...
Okay. Like Tom, I don't have the specifics, but I'm going to offer them, and then in the motion give the technical committee the flexibility to calculate the right slot. So the motion is for a 1 fish limit in a slot between 24 inches and 34 inches, and 1 fish 40 or larger. And then I would ask the technical committee to adjust that open slot to achieve a 31% reduction.
Dave, just to clarify, what's transient in this motion is if the technical committee runs the projections, whatever the 24 to 34 inch slot limit ends up being to achieve a 31% reduction. Is that correct? With the 40 in a...
Yes. So, yes. And I would suggest that if it's not enough to move up from 24, and if it's too much to move down from 34.
Seconded by Dave Borden. We're having questions amongst the technical committee about how we do this, so.
I mean, just right now, I just want to point out that the current minimum size limit is 28 inches, so we don't really have data on how smaller than that, on fish that are released smaller than that. So I think we can look at some of the ALS data or some of the sort of the tag release data to try and get a handle on the catch frequency within that smaller. So you're proposing basically a smaller size, minimum size than is currently in place, and that's always harder to do.
Yeah, it is, and it's one of the challenges we've had with summer flounder and some of the others that, when we actually achieve that target and we can begin to relax, it is a challenge, but we have done it, so, but I appreciate the difficulty.
And aren't there state volunteer angler surveys that have considerable undersized fish data that could also be used?
Yes.
Adam and then Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the motion in the principle of it. I would suggest that this is actually an element of Section 3.2.2 because this is, in effect, a 2-fish bag limit. So we're really playing with sizes in this particular example. I'll leave it up to your discretion what to do with it. But beyond that, I would like to, I don't know if we need more than one option here, but my goal would to be not to just be limited to just this one option. That 34 to 40-inch gap, that is a large gap that represents a lot of potential harvest. I was going to propose, prior to this motion being made, 28 to 34 as one fish and one fish over 36. Again, my goal would be to have the technical committee look at this option in principle, but be able to allow us, when we come back, assuming this goes out for public comment, and that when we next evaluate this for final implementation, to have some flexibility before us what size limits we actually implement.
I'm going to comment to that because I could see that we could have infinite number of iterations here. Keep in mind that a state, like your state already has done, can put before the board and the technical committee a proposal for conservation equivalency. I think if we're going to have this, these kind of concepts, I'd like to have a single slot with a 2-fish bag limit during those slots. I think having something like this where you have a fish in one area and a fish in another size could be another one. But if we're going to be changing the size ranges into infinite combinations, we're already pushing the envelope here and getting this anything in for 2015 based on the kind of technical committee work. We have to somehow try and agree on some kind of a standard for these options, and then be comfortable with the fact that if your state doesn't want to go with that particular option, you can apply for a conservation equivalency. At least that's the way I'd like to do it. I don't know how the board would. I'm just trying to get this in place by 2015 like we indicated in our previous motion. So, I forget, okay, go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, Doug, I just wanted to follow up on that was the PDT's recommendation originally was we had developed options that achieved the reductions necessary, and if states wanted to consider other options, that they do that through conservation equivalency, and we were expecting some of this to shake out in that approach. So I just want to echo those comments that our chair made.
Dave?
Well, I'll just say, first, this is the attempt to get to that 1.5 fish limit, because we are down at such low limits, and if there's, broad enough public support for this that the Commission wants to adopt it, there's a huge advantage to having consistency across state boundaries, and that's, that you can't achieve through conservation equivalency. So I'd like the public to be able to comment on this, the idea of a slot that's right around plus and minus the current minimum size, and then one trophy, because people don't want to give up that one trophy type of possibility anyway. And so I think this is an important addition to what Lewis added in the document already.
Rick, and then Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd also like to make a motion to add an option, probably... Oh, I'm sorry.
Roy, and then...
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll briefly speak to this motion. It's reminiscent of management measure we considered. My recollection is vague, maybe 15 to 20 years ago. We considered a slot like this, and the only thing that gives me comfort is that the technical committee has the ability to adjust that 24-inch figure, because I suspect, just off the top of my head, that it wouldn't meet the desired reduction with that low a minimum size in there of 24 inches. But if they have the ability to adjust it upwards to where it might need to be 26 or 28, whatever, then it
possibly could receive the achieve the 31% reduction, and therefore I'm in favor of including something like this. Thank you.
Dave?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just a process question to make sure that I'm clear in my own mind. And this applies to this motion as it does to the rest of the motions. My assumption is we're going to add a number of provisions to this document that are then going to cause the technical team to basically go forth and do a new analysis on what the impacts are, and that analysis would come back to us at the next meeting. Is that correct or incorrect?
My thought, and it's up to the board here whether that would come back, but these are ones you're putting in, and you've given the TC the latitude to make something that would achieve the reduction, a specific reduction. So they're going to put together that option already in there, and so I would not at this point see, given the options that have been added in, that we need to come back to the board. But of course, if the board feels strongly that it needs to come back, that's up to the board.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason I raise the point is that I'm very open to adding more. I don't think let me recast this. I don't think we lose a lot of time by having the technical people analyze some of these options before we actually commit to take them out to public hearing. A couple of months isn't going to stop this process. And I think if we did that, we could get advice from the advisory committee on some of the options, which we haven't been able to do. And then maybe we could eliminate some of these options before we send it out to public hearing, which would simplify the document.
Richie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm still trying to get my arms around Tom O'Connell's motion, and let's say that the public supported Tom's approach, not status quo, and then the public supported this option. So then, then what happens? So the public wants this, but they also want to only do 10% in each of the first 3 years. So what regulations do we end up with?
Excuse me. My intake, and I'm open to PDT or chairs, TC chairs input. I think this is one that the way it's designed in the motion would get us there in 1 year. So
follow up.
There probably will need to be some other options that are going to get us 10% or a third the way there the first year, a third the way there the second year.
So the document's going to have to be clear on these options that if the status quo for Amendment 6 is not kept, then this option would not work. So in other words, there'll have to be a suite of options that if we continue with Amendment 6, the trigger, will work, and then a suite of options if we go to the alternative of Tom's motion that we just passed.
Go ahead, Mike.
I'm kind of hesitant because I'm trying to think of how it's all going to look, but I think that with each option we could identify the time frame at which that option would achieve the reductions that it's expected to achieve. So for the 3-year time frame, that's going to be lower reduction than for the quicker time frame. And so the document would be structured in which the percent reduction would essentially indicate, and we could specify which year that would achieve the reduction. So you would be making, so the board and the public would be commenting on specific management options that achieve the reduction over a certain time frame.
Adam?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a move to amend. At this point, I'd like to move to amend the slot limit be between 28 to 34 and one fish over 36 inches.
Is there a second to that? Pat Augustine. Okay, now we have an amendment. Dave?
And of course, that just leaves us with 2 inches that are protected, and I think that's a little too subtle to bother the public with. I don't think that accomplishes anything. It's as close to a minimum size of 28 inches as you can get.
Tom?
I understand what Dave's saying, but I'm thinking about what you now is you got 2 fish, one is over 36 inches, so you've now increased that second fish by 6 inches. I mean, it's, I always like the 24 to 28 because there's a lot of times you're out that you never catch the second fish because you're in small fish, you only get 1 fish, or like we up in Raritan Bay, you only wind up 1 fish because everything's bigger than 34 inches or 33 inches what you're fishing on, so you still wind up with a 1 fish bag limit. And that's what happened. We had the slot limit at 24 to 28 and went over 28. It wound up being more conservation than a whole bunch of other slots we looked at because the reality of the fishery that you're fishing at that day, because they don't school together, so you have usually the same size fish you're fishing on. So, but
Kelly,
when you're basically even having a gap, the second fish is bigger. Then when you're starting at the 28 inches, you're going to have a reduction. I don't know what the second fish has to be to get that, but that's what I'm looking at. Anyway.
So we have a motion on the board. Is there discussion on this amendment? Motion to amend. Wilson and Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question to enlighten me and the question to Charlton or Katie. So the 2011 year class is 3 years old this year, and what sort of additional measures of protection are we buying given these slot sizes, this one versus the one in the previous motion? I mean, how many do we buy? A different number of years of protection for that 2011 year class by one or the other slot limits here?
I mean, we haven't really looked at the analysis in that respect. So in terms of what age classes are we talking about here that are being protected, we haven't looked at it that way. We've been the other issues to consider is we've been looking at the size limits based on the available 2012 data in terms of catch at length frequency. So these numbers are based sort of on assuming that that's going to be fairly steady going forward, which is, there's a lot of assumptions in here, but that's a major one. So I can't say right now, the way we did the analysis, what kind of extra protection we're talking about.
Roy?
I just wanted to ask the maker of the amended motion, if you don't mind, Adam, was it your intention that the TC would review this amendment or this amended motion to make sure that it meets the desired reduction?
Yes, I would certainly leave the rest of the language that was in there, and that actually goes back to my earlier question that I'd asked during the question point about what this would actually mean, and I would certainly support that if they came back and looked at it and said 28 to 33 is the way we need to go with it. I would certainly support that, yes.
So you're looking at this as something that would get at the reduction in a single year?
Well, I think that's two separate issues, Mr. Chairman. I think that a whole nother issue. There was actually two components of the first motion that was made, in my opinion. There was the element of the different sizes, and then there was the element of the TC modifying it to achieve a particular reduction. The maker of the original motion specified a hard number, a 31% number, that I think implied that we were taking the reduction all at once. I would suggest that whatever we go forward with, that original motion be wordsmithed, amended, or something that would reflect and give us the flexibility to either get to this point over time, change the 31% to say desired reduction, or something that doesn't lock us into that fixed reduction all at once, given the fact that there is an option that we voted on earlier that provides for some flexibility.
So when you're amending this motion, you're still, I'm just trying to get things clear here for the plan development team. The underlying part that talks about giving the PDT and the TC the flexibility to change these size limits that you proposed, these slot limits that you proposed, to meet the 31% was that, I need to see the underlying motion, but 34% reduction is still, you're just amending the size ranges. The underlying part of the motion is still there as far as meeting it.
The numbers 24 to 32 would be replaced by 28, or 24 to 34 would be replaced by 28 to 34, and the number 40 inches would be replaced by 36, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Everybody clear on that? So there's a further discussion on this amendment. Okay, Kelly has a question.
Following up on what Mr. Simpson said a minute ago about only 2 inches essentially being protected, or whatever the alteration is, I totally agree with that, but I'd also like to add that a slot limit is a definition of a discard, which is discard mortality. So when you start getting too fancy, I think, with these slot limits, you eventually can have your harvest eaten up by the discard mortality that you incur by making all these fancy slot limits. If your slot is 18 to 21 and all the fish are running 22 inches, you discard tons of fish just to get your amount, and at 8 or 9% discard mortality, you can very quickly have your harvest allowance eaten up. And what's more, if you don't have your year classes in sync with your slot, all your year classes are running an abundance of 24 to 28 inch fish, but your slot is something else, you can even further be adding the discard mortality. So to that point, Mike Wayne, I would like to ask you if you all calculate, or the TC, either one, if you all calculate the type of discard mortality that you would get from any slot limit, especially fancy ones like this, when you come up with whatever your percent reductions are. And I assume you do, but it gets pretty hard when you've got these dual slot limits like this, and I'd hate to see everyone's harvest taken up by discard mortality.
So yes, we do incorporate discard mortality. Basically, we look at the length frequency of what was harvested and say, okay, which of these, if people threw them back at a certain, in this size class, because that's what the regulations require, we assume 9% of those would die, and so those get added back onto the harvest, so that you know, if 50% of your harvest is within your slot, you're still getting a little extra on top of that, so your reduction is not as much as it would be. Your other point about year classes moving through the fishery is a lot harder to deal with, which is not to say that we couldn't make the attempt, but it's it would definitely prolong this analysis.
If you don't get the chance to make that attempt, or if, say, the attempt doesn't work out, but in retrospect, when you get the data in, you can tell how many were outside and how many were discarded, and therefore what the discard mortality was. Do you end up calculating that and applying that as either an underage or overage for that specific year?
Right, obviously, so going forward into the future, we put these regulations in place, and then MRIP will continue to monitor the catch, and we will have information on what is harvested, and we will also have information on numbers that are released, and the way we calculate sort of the size structure of the dead releases is to use basically either volunteer angler information or ALS type stuff that sort of gives us a rough length frequency of what was discarded. So I think we will sort of have an idea of what was, what died and and the size classes. We won't know how much of that was specifically due to regulations or differences in angler behavior or things like that, but we will absolutely know in the future what proportion die due to discarding.
Bob?
Just a question for Adam on the motion to amend, just so I guess I'm sure where we're going. Adam, so this, in your motion to amend, should that be applied to the language above, the Tech Committee has the opportunity to adjust the open slot to achieve the 31% reduction all in 1 year, and this suite of measures would accommodate essentially the trigger mechanism that's currently in Amendment 6. Is that correct?
Yes, everything else would remain the same in the original motion, except we're just modifying 3 numbers in that original motion.
Rob O'Reilly?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know you've gone quite a bit over this, but I'm wondering if we want the public to comment why we aren't being more general. The idea that we're coming up with measures right now and don't have an idea of really what it produces may not be informative for the public. I'm not sure why we're not asking them things such as, do you still want 2 fish? And if so, do you realize 1 fish would have to be in a slot limit? Do you approve of slot limits? Do you want to raise the minimum size limit? Here's the status quo. Now here's everything else that follows. Things are not really settling very well on this approach, I don't think. I think we have to come back in August one way or the other, but the other thing to tell the public is these are just examples, and I don't mean these examples necessarily, because some of these are not ready to go anywhere, but I mean, here's our examples in a generic way. Know the states will have conservation equivalency opportunity and may have adjustments from that. So, I mean, I know there's been a lot of effort and a lot of input, but you can see how long just one of these is taken, and I think the idea is the public probably doesn't need as specific for each measure, but they need to comment on what they approve of.
Is there any other comments on the motion to amend? Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is just more of a general comment, not so much on the motion to amend, but personally, I like things to be simple and understandable, and I think we're getting into the realm where at least I find myself struggling with whether or not all these different options we're talking about are going to achieve what I think the board intends to do. It seems to me there's 2 big intentions that we need to implement. One of those is to protect that 2011 year class to the extent that we can. The second one is to try and, as much as we can, reduce the impact on the larger fish, especially the ones that we see offshore during the wintertime, to try and keep that spawning stock biomass from diminishing as much as we can. So I guess what I would like to maybe hear from the technical committee and or Dr. Drew is, of the suite of options we're discussing, is there any way that the TC can analyze these to say, aside from that overall reduction in harvest, are there some options or a set of options that would maximally protect the 2011 year class and the big fish, the spawning stock biomass that we seek to protect?
So to answer your question, Dr. Laney, the SPR was one attempt to look at protecting the spawning stock biomass. We did not look at the specifically protecting the 2011 year class as it's moving forward through its size limits. I guess through the selectivity patterns, we could attempt to do that. But that's not something that we looked at already. But that SPR analysis was an attempt to look at the protecting what was the biggest bang for the buck for your protecting the large spawners.
Okay, we have an amendment on the board. I just want to remind folks we only have about half an hour left here. And we do have a ways to go through this document, and keep in mind that what came out here in the document, even though it may not have been specific to what your state or may want to have for slot minimum size or bag limits, the TC and the PDT put together the range that we asked for. Bag limit, size limit, slot limit, cut the commercial quota. And we could go through an infinite number of iterations here. So I'm still hoping that we're going to keep this focused here. So is there any further discussion on this amendment? Okay, I'll give you 10 seconds to caucus on this. You want me to read that? Okay, the motion to amend is to move to amend the slot limit, one fish between 28 inches and 34 inches and one fish over 36 inches. The motion was made by Mr. Nowalski and seconded by Mr. Augustine. Okay, all those in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, now we're... Has everybody got their hand up?
Now there's 9.
Now there's not 1, 2, 3. How many?
Yes.
Oh, Lewis just went up.
Oh my God. Can you tell them to keep their hands up?
Yeah, keep your hands up. The hands are going up and down, up and down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 5. Abstentions? Are you abstaining? No. Okay. So what'd you get? 9 to 5. There's something wrong here. We're missing 2. Any nulls? We don't have enough votes, folks.
I don't think it matters though, because it's so...
Well, we should have the motion carries, but we're short 2 votes.
DC left for the day, so that's 1.
DC left for the day, so maybe now we're down. Motion carries 9 to 6 to 0 to 0. All right, now we're back to the main motion as amended. We're going to have to vote on this again. Are you making a comment to the main motion which you have just amended? Question, yep.
Again, I think it goes back to a degree to what Mr. Miller had asked at this point. The original motion has in it a 31% reduction. And how do we accommodate or describe this in the document that makes it compatible with the phased-in approach that we hypothetically may move forward with? So I would just ask that the PDT find a way to explain this to the public, how best to accomplish that. If there needs to be more discussion from the board here to further give them some direction, I think they would probably appreciate that, or how best to come back to accomplishing that.
I think, Bob?
I guess similar process question I had earlier. This motion is not part of the phase-in. This is all in one shot. So I don't know. I'm confused, Adam, how what you're asking, the explanation of the phase-in approach and this motion are related.
I guess that would go back to the maker of the original motion then, since they had included the doing it all at once. And if that's what we're understanding when we all walk out of here, then I'm okay with that, and that answers the question enough for me.
That's the way I would see it, is this option is an option that will address it in 1 year. We haven't even touched the part, any of the options that would do it in a phased-in part. So we're just working on that right now. Okay. All those in favor of this motion as amended, raise your hand. No? Okay. Thank you very much, Joe. All right. The main motion as amended now says move to add to section 3.2.2 an option for a 2-fish bag limit with 1 fish at a slot limit between 28 to 34 inches and 1 fish above 36 inches, subject to technical committee review to adjust the open slot limit to achieve a 31% reduction. All right. This is the motion as amended. Now I have 2 hands from the public that I'm going to take comment on this particular motion, and this is direct to this motion. Pat?
Mr. Chairman, before the public, I think we need the maker and the seconder up there. I'm not sure what
Well, this is an amended motion.
belongs to somebody.
So this would essentially be Adam Nowalski, and then who was the underlining amender? It's the original maker, even though it's amended. Okay. Bob, who gets credit for this?
No one wants credit for any of this, I don't think. What we've been doing traditionally, or our practice has been to, when a motion is amended, it's got portions of the original and portions of the new, and the maker and seconder. And what we've done is recorded as motion as amended, and we've removed the maker and seconder. That's been the practice at the commission. If you guys want to do something different here, we can do something.
Patrick, if you can be timely with your comments, we'd appreciate it so that we can get through this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Patrick Paquette, Massachusetts Striped Bass Association. 2 questions, actually. So the first question is, this motion passes, a version of this motion passes, will not change the options A and B, the 1 at 28 and the 2 at 33, correct?
Correct.
Second question for you, Mr. Chairman, is when can a question regarding those 2 be made, and when is it appropriate to do so?
Not right now.
I just want to make sure we're going to get the chance, because we've just gone through like 4 motions where we didn't get public, and it's just some interpretation questions that I want to know, that so that maybe some comments can come before the board. But I don't want to interrupt this nightmare.
You are interested in making comments on issue 4, correct?
Yes.
Okay. While you're here, make that comment, and then we won't have to come back to it.
I'd like to know, or I'd like it clarified prior to the document leaving this body today, if it's going to be appropriate, or if it has been analyzed, and since things are going up on the board now that weren't analyzed before this meeting, there are some of us that may be interested in, can states choose both? Could a state split and give an angler the option to go 1 at 28 or 2 at 33? So that if I own a private vessel, because as the public that I represent feels that it's very, very, very unfair once you get above 28 inches for a shore-based angler to have availability, though many, many, many boat owners recreational boat owners would be interested in the 2 at 33, not to mention how the charter fleets, and depending on which charter fleet you're talking about. So I had a question before I even got to this building yesterday to ask that question is, could a state combine 2 of those options, never mind some of these, which are clearly more conservative, and I know I have a lot of people that would support it, but I just wanted to throw that into the mix, and though I'm going to duck now, because that's a whole other conversation.
Arnold.
Yeah, Arnold, Leo. As Amendment 6 requires at present that the recreational size limit be applied also to the commercial fishery, and this is a completely impossible set of size limits for the commercial fishery to deal with in a sane way, and would certainly result in a huge amount of bycatch mortality. However, in Addendum 4, there is an option to free the commercial fishery from being obliged to have the same size limits, and I would assume that we would make that the only option if this, in fact, becomes the way to go. Thanks.
There is an option in there that currently that does that. Okay, back to the board. Lewis.
I just wanted to remind the board that North Carolina tried that choice with weak fish about 8 years ago, and it didn't work very well.
Okay, we have a motion on the board. This is the main motion as amended. All states that are in favor of this motion, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12.
Lewis just raised his hand.
Oh, jeez. Sorry, we're getting, again, everybody's got their heads up, and we're not going to change. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All those opposed? I got 3, right? 3. 12 to 3. Yeah. Abstentions?
Lewis had his hand up, too.
No, he didn't. He didn't.
No votes?
He voted for you.
Okay.
Motion carries 12 to 3. All right. Go ahead. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, sorry. Due to the lengthy deliberations, I was able to realize, it just finally occurred to me that none of these options mention the Delaware Bay summer slot fishery, recreational, the 20 to 26 inch, and I just wanted to make sure that they're added in there so they're not unintentionally ended.
You mean as a status quo item?
Well, for all of them. I mean, for all the options, it says, like the 2 fish to 1 fish, it mentions each fishery that has, like a separate size limit and things like that. So I just didn't see it in there at all, so I was just wondering if it would inadvertently be ended by acceptance of these options. Just wanted to make sure it was covered.
Yeah, the analysis was all done under the assumption that all the conservation equivalencies that currently occur, which includes the Delaware slot limit, would be ended, and you'd have to reapply for any new conservation equivalencies.
Same thing with the Chesapeake Bay Trophy.
Yeah. Okay. Rick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know it's getting late, but I do feel this is important, and I'd like to move to add an additional option under the recreational bag limit, category 3.2.1, and I can read it here. I don't know where we are with options now, maybe D or E or something, but if a one fish bag limit is implemented for the coastal fishery and the Chesapeake Bay management area, all jurisdictions could implement a 2 fish bag limit for each recreational fisherman fishing on a party or a charter boat. Captains and crew of that charter and party boat would not be considered recreational fishermen under this provision. If I get a second, I can just...
Is there a second to this motion? Seeing no second, the motion fails for lack of a second. Okay. I think we're ready to move on to issue 5. And these are all size limits options that are in the plan, are in the addendum right now.
Right there. So technically we have made some changes to this already.
Yes?
I'd like to make a motion.
What would that be?
I'd like to move to accept options that were up there, A, B, and C, to be put into the public document.
I don't think we need to do things. We're looking for changes, additions, or subtractions. It's the same way we did it with eels. If they were already in the document, we're going to assume it's in there unless people want to specifically take out an option or add an option or modify an option.
Thank you. I was thinking I was moving things along.
Thank you for doing that. I appreciate that. All right, so let's get this back up on the board. And keep in mind something that Mike reminded me, that because of the previous motion we passed, we actually have an option D under this too, which is the option that we just passed. All right, Rob, and then Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And under option B, I know we've heard a lot about equity and fairness with other species. My pitch is opportunity, and the reason I have the data from 1997 on is the Chesapeake Bay has had a bay-wide quota since 1997 for its recreational fisheries as well as the commercial fisheries as part of the quota. So there's been a cap, a ceiling. That quota has been adjusted. Originally it was 10.5 million pounds. Now it's a little bit under 8 million pounds. So the amount of exploitable stock biomass that is present determines what the quota is. So this is a difficult situation for a couple of reasons on option B. One thing that held up Amendment 6 was it was realized when there was a promotion of a 24-inch size limit, it was in effect a reallocation of fish, and that stalled out Amendment 6 for a little while. If this is just meant as a temporary situation, even that's not so good. I really don't like to be on the fly here with a proposal, but the bay right now is one fish 18 to 28 and one 18 and over, so essentially one fish over 28 in the bay. I would move that the bay have one fish 18 to 28 and one fish 36 and greater. I can't begin to tell you what the savings are, but I can tell you it should be fairly substantial. So I would like to replace the 24-inch minimum size limit in option B with that option. I know we don't have a lot of time, but really when you think about it, having a quota that constrains you recreationally was really sort of I think about it sometimes. In 1996, we were turned down 2 times for that request. The third time, I envisioned that a lot of board members got together and said, let's see them get past this, which is the recreational quota. So I'm kidding a little bit, but in a little way serious that it's a tough road to have. Virginia had to put on some pretty strenuous management measures 2004 to 6 in order to make sure the bay-wide quota wasn't an overage. So we put on no-take slots and all sorts of things. But I'll leave it with that. On the option B, it should be one fish 18 to 28, one fish 36 and greater, or greater than 36 would probably be along the lines of what trophy fish there might be.
So that's one fish 36 and greater is the other one, as opposed to greater than 36?
Yes.
Okay, is that motion, is that your motion up there?
Yes.
Is there a second? Okay. Seconded by Martin. And discussion on this motion. Richie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Does this motion mean that whatever percent reduction it creates, that it goes with the motion? So is this different than the previous motions that said that the technical committee had the ability to adjust it to come up with a 31%?
Rob?
This might be the first case of the incremental approach. I do not know, Richie, what this would garner in terms of a reduction. I just know that option B was not the right thing to have in this. So this would have to be an adjustable slot, perhaps, if it's incremental to get to the 31%. That's about the best I can tell you right now.
I ask, Mike had a question, and then I'll come back to you, okay? Again, it's clarification on this question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rob, you probably noticed inherently this option is associated with a minimum size for the coast as well. And so is it your intent that this would now be coupled with the 33-inch minimum size that is contained in option B for the coastal fishery?
Thank you. No. This is strictly speaking to the Chesapeake Bay jurisdictions.
So
that was the question.
So then we would add an option D that would be 33 for the coast and this motion for the bay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Richie.
Yeah, follow up. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if we do not adopt the phased-in approach, and this does not reach 31%, how does that work?
Rob?
I don't have the benefit of the savings right now, but the way this would have to work is to slide that slot higher. It would reach 31% depending on how high that slot was established, I would think. So, again, not having the benefit of the savings right now, that makes it a little difficult.
One more follow-up. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So your intent is that this slot will create a 31% reduction. That's the intent of this?
No. I think my intent is that we have 1 year under the slot and make part of the reduction, the incremental approach. Well, of course, let me back up a little bit. If you're thinking that the incremental approach is not finally approved, is that what you suggested, then we would have to modify this to make sure it meant 31% reduction. We'd cross our fingers and hope when the 2013 data is analyzed that we're at the target anyway, but in the meantime, we can't do that yet. But yes, that's what we would do, Richie.
So I'm sorry, Doug, if I can continue follow-ups to understand this. So in this document then, when the technical committee determines what the percentage would be, it would be attached to this, and there would have to be some kind of statement saying that if the phased-in approach is not approved, then this would have to be adjusted.
I think that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So what I got from this is, just to be clear and make sure our plan development team, is that this will be a separate option if this does not make if this does not result in a 31% reduction in the first year under this option, and we don't choose the phased-in report, the phased-in approach, then the technical committee will have to make an adjustment as to what that option, what it would do to get it within a 31% reduction. Rob, am I not correct?
In principle, but I think my staff will work on something too with the technical committee so that it's not just something that the technical committee doesn't have the benefit of talking to my staff. The other thing is, the nuance here is that we aren't abandoning the bay-wide quota, but because we have the bay-wide quota, we really can't just push the small fish out of our exploitable stock biomass for our quota. I mean, that's really what the problem is with the way option B reads now. When we set that quota for recreational fisheries in the bay and commercial, it's based on 18 to 28. So you can see that if we forego a large part of that, there's not going to be much quota. Now, when you look at this practically just from MRIP, it's about a 50% reduction just in Virginia. I think bay-wide overall it's just a little bit less. So there are considerations here that aren't typical to some of the states.
Okay, any further discussion on this motion? Dave?
Yeah, I appreciate the nuance and the overlying quota that provides protection, but I think it's going to be confusing to the public if 9 out of the 10 options presented are intended to achieve a 31% reduction. This one doesn't do that. That's predicated on we're going to take baby steps. My preference would be that you incorporate the 31% contingency into this motion. The technical committee calculates that appropriate slot, and that's what goes in the public hearing document. If we adopt the incremental, reduction as an alternative, then whatever the prevailing option is will get modified.
That makes sense.
It was clear in my mind, but looking at Mike's face, I know it's not clear to the outside world.
I think I see what you're saying. So if we end up going with the incremental approach, we will end up adjusting whatever the most favored approach for the 1 year achievable. So let's just hypothetically say it's an increase to the minimum size, and we'll make that adjustment to correct for the appropriate minimum size to take it incrementally instead of in 1 year. Is that correct, Dave?
Yeah, that's my suggestion, just so that these are all for the public, apples-to-apples comparisons, and people aren't sort of seduced by that one that doesn't look as tough because it's not, and then come to find out if we do this all at once, the states in the affected area will go, well, wait a minute, I bought this other thing, now you're changing. So,
Rob?
Dave really did drive it home a little bit, and I think Richie, it's along with what Richie was asking about as well. and I don't know what the language is right now, other than, the eventualities, the 31% reduction, regardless of whether it's incremental or not, or knife edge. So I don't know how much you want to capture in there, considering that's going to be discussed by the board. If Dave is suggesting that just for conformity that it's left this way for now, I mean, that's fine.
I think we need to make this clear, but Richie?
The other motions that we passed that were like this, we gave the technical committee the ability to adjust the slot. So that's what needs to happen here if you want to have apples and apples. So the technical committee can adjust the sizes in this slot to achieve the 31%. That's how we pass the other ones.
That's up there now, right? Okay. So any further discussion on the motion? Walter?
My apologies for dragging this out, but does the reference to the coastwide fishery need to be in there, or can this just be an option for the bay, for Chesapeake Bay?
They're coupled.
But there's other options. So, I mean, if the public were to like the slot limit and not the 33-inch minimum, I guess we can fix that later on. If we get public comment that likes this for the bay and the slot limit that's in option C, I think, for the coastwide fishery, we can cut and paste them that in the future.
I mean, I think it would depend if both options are achieving the reduction that is needed based on whatever the board decides the path it wants to go. Then I think that you could mix and match. The board can mix and match the options. We coupled them because it simplified the document. But if we want to provide that flexibility to the board, I think we should make that clear in some language that the board could mix and match, if that was your intention, or decouple the options.
Further discussion on this motion? Okay, I'll give you 10 seconds to caucus. Thank you, Joe. Thank you for reminding me. No, it needs to be read. Move to add option D to section 3.2.2 to have a 2-fish bag limit at 33 inches minimum size for the coastal fishery, in parentheses ocean, and allow the bay to have 1 fish at 18 to 28 inches and 1 fish 36 inches or greater, subject to the technical committee review to adjust the slot limit to achieve a 31% reduction. Motion by Mr. O'Reilly and seconded by Mr. Gibson. Okay, all states in favor, raise your right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I got 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I see where the 14th was. Kelly isn't being very aggressive with it. Okay, all those opposed? 1. Motion carries 14-1. All right. We're going to take a 2-minute break. You're not allowed to leave your seats, because we're going to try and figure out between the executive director, myself, and the chair how we're going to complete this right now, because we're bumping up against our time limit. Hold on. If everybody can get back in your seat, I told you can't leave your seats. Now, come on. All right, after discussing this, it's clear that at least today we probably aren't going to be able to finish this document. So we're going to come back, we're going to go as far as we can until 10 after 6. And then we're going to pick this up at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and we're going to delay the start of the South Atlantic Board, and we're going to finish up tomorrow morning. So, but keep that being said, our intent is to try and finish up a document, but with the amount of changes that have been put in thus far, we've gotten advice from the technical committee. There's very little chance of summer public hearings occurring. So we will have a document once all these options are brought together by the PDT. We will look at it again in August and then go out for public hearing in the fall. Now that's going to put some time constraints on people trying to get things in place for 2015, but I think we're going to have to push these things as hard as we can. Richie.
Well, yeah, I thought when we met in Philadelphia, we talked about doing something at the fall meeting, and the response was that we could not get regulations in place starting at that point and with a passage at that point. So this will mean then that we're going to go to 2016 will be the implementation.
Is that, I can tell you from my particular regulations, if we had a document approved in November, personally, I could get things in place for 2015. It may not be, I could get it in for 2015. What about other states? Tom? And then...
We do it by legislation, so when I get the legislature to do that, but at least it would be by January or February, which means, because once the legislation is passed, that's the rule. And it could be January, February. Since we don't have any fishing in January or February, we could have it in place. If they don't, you just vote us out of compliance.
Dave, and then Leroy.
Yeah, we can do it in fairly short order, but I was going to say, it doesn't have to be in on January 1, right? If people can do it May 1, then the size limit changes May 1. With Fluke's Cup and sea bass, we're used to doing this, so I don't think it has to happen on January 1.
Can you do it? Can you not do it?
Well, with conservation equivalencies and having to bring that back to the technical committee for approval, that's going to be even more of a delay, so I don't see how we could possibly do it by 2015. I don't know, Delaware. We can do it. I think the regulations, we have a hard time making it by the spring commercial season, but we could probably do it if we had to by emergency regulation.
Yeah, we would be able to do it as well.
Jim?
We'd have no problem by normal rulemaking making the spring, and we could do it as an emergency as long as we could come up with a reason why we needed an emergency, so we could do it either way.
Bob?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the only, one of the variables will be the commercial fisheries, and some of those start early in the year, but states will need to adjust those quotas mid-year. And the states will know, at the October meeting what happens, and there may be. North Carolina has the ability to start harvesting on November 1st, but I don't think they have in the last number of years, so it shouldn't be a problem. But I think on the conservation equivalency issue, it seems like there's two paths that the board is going down. One is the 31% reduction, the other is about a 10% reduction. And if the states wanted, the states could start developing those proposals and scenarios now, or leading after the August meeting, they can see where, what path is the board really on? Is it this 31 and 10, or is it something different that comes up during the technical committee work this summer, and then they can start developing those and even have those ready for approval at the October meeting.
So you'd make selections for an addendum and then have the conservation equivalencies sent forward to the technical committee at the August meet, I mean, at the fall meeting?
We could, the option, the board has given the technical committee sort of deferred authority in a sense that said, all right, here's your proposal, and if it meets 31%, then the state's allowed to implement it, or whatever the percent is. So we may have to get a little creative and give the technical committee very strict review guidelines.
Bob?
I know you're going to want to talk about this tomorrow, but again, I think that it's good to point out when we get to the commercial quotas that since the Bay has an overall quota for recreational and commercial, there haven't been any analyses done yet or any provisions in here to treat the quota as a reduction in quota for both recreational and commercial. So again, each year we have the quota estimate for the entire Bay, which after 2003 has ratcheted down to where I think it's about 7.8 million pounds from the original 10.5 million. So I'm wondering if you're going forward with the commercial end of the quota, why the board wouldn't consider just the overall quota for both fisheries. It would be up to the jurisdictions then to figure out how that is allocated. In Virginia, we do a 50-50 situation. So, for example, there was a 14% decrease in 2013. That meant the recreational fishery and the commercial fishery had to take the same decrease. And, of course, you do, for the recreational fishery, have to have measures that would indicate that. So I want to put that out in front now, even though the conversation can take place tomorrow. I don't think we've had to really talk about the Bay quota in that light for many years.
Okay. Thank you. So we have about 15 minutes here, so let's see what kind of progress we can make. Again, right now we're still on issue number 5. We've just added an option to that. Is there anything else that people want to take out, change, add? Tom?
Yeah, under option C, I would move to remove the second sentence that pertains to the Chesapeake Bay two-fish bag limit in an 18 to 21 inch slot.
Is there a second? Discussion on the motion.
PRC.
Martin Gary.
I'll just fill the silence for a second. So, as I was talking about with Walter, we ended up coupling these options, Tom. And so I'm wondering if we don't restructure this section to decouple and have like options for the coast and options for the bay that achieve the reduction we need, so that then that gives the board the flexibility to mix and match. Because it seems what you're getting at with this motion is that you didn't like this specific option for the bay, but that the coast still stands, but it can't stand alone right now as the coast option, if you're following me on that.
Yeah, I appreciate the challenge the PDT is going to have, and I think it's hopefully with additional time be cleaned up. My understanding is that whatever reduction we agree to, the coastal states would take that, and the bay states would do that. So I would say that we do not believe this is 18 to 21 inches a good plan for the Chesapeake Bay. So we would have to look at a substitute component for the Bay jurisdictions, but exclude this from this option. So if it has to be coupled, we would have to look at another option for the Bay that is potentially included in one of the other options. Personally, I think the document would benefit if they were decoupled, and we would look at a suite of things for the coastal fleet and a suite of things for the Bay fleet, and we're both looking at making a similar level of reduction.
Yeah, I'll just follow up. Yeah, the more changes we make, the more it seems to make sense to do that. We were just trying to keep the structure that we had in the fishery right now, but I think you're right. I think we clearly have some restructuring to do.
Clearly, if this motion passes, I would entertain a motion to decouple all of it, or at least let the concept make sure we have a consensus that that's a concept we want to move forward with in this document. So we have a motion and we have a motion here. Is there any further discussion on this motion? Seeing none, I'll give you 10 seconds to caucus, and I'll read it for you. Move to remove the second sentence that pertains to the Chesapeake Bay under Section 3.2.2, Option C. Motion by Mr. O'Connell and seconded by Mr. Gary. Okay, all those in favor, raise your hands high and keep them up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Opposed? 1, 2. Abstentions? 2. Motion carries 11 to 2 to 2. So by consensus, I think at this point I'd like to see if there's any objections to people decoupling the Bay state measures and the Bay jurisdiction measures and the coastal measures for the recreational here. Seeing none, we will decouple them. All right, Rob. And then
I thought you were throwing in the towel a little while ago, so I'm going to take this opportunity, since that's not the case, to add an option. And the option would be that the reduction for the Chesapeake Bay, reduction in the Chesapeake Bay-wide quota would be established to account for the reduction required. So it would include the recreational fishery part. I don't know how to do this tomorrow when we get to the commercial, but I think in principle what's involved here is pretty much the same thing. The difference is the Bay is going to have to come back with the proposals as to how it achieves that reduction. The quota would automatically be reduced from whatever level is finalized, so for example the 2013 level, and from there it would be a matter of providing options that would afford the reduction, the 31% reduction. So I want to add that as an option.
Is there a second? Tom, discussion on the motion?
I need a more language.
Tom O'Connell, sorry about that.
Okay.
Discussion on the motion, Richie White, and then Tom Fody.
Looking at this, what public input are you asking for on this? I guess I don't understand the purpose. I mean, I understand what you're trying to accomplish, but what's the public supposed to give us back on this motion?
For the reduction required. Well, I think a lot of the public is very familiar, just having looked at it for a while, probably a lot since Amendment 6, so 2003 or so, 2004. But there is a difference in the management system, and I would expect that they would look at this and wonder whether it was on the same frame as the reduction in landings, and essentially it is. Maybe some would be, perplexed by it, Richie, I don't know.
Tom?
I guess, Rob, I'm not clear what this motion is saying. If we all have to do a 31% reduction, and because we don't have producing areas anymore, so our producing areas will have to do the same as the coast. It's one fishery anymore, because they go ahead and did that way with the New Jersey and Hudson River and the Delaware producing area status. So I'm not sure what you're trying to get to. If you're required under the addendum amendment to basically do that anyways, then why are you putting it as an option? Because you're going to have to do whatever reduction that is going on. I'm just confused.
Rob, go ahead, and then Walt.
So I think what this does, unlike the 2 at 24, which I'm not even sure got eliminated at this point, or the slot limit, which is not going to be very favorable, this allows the jurisdictions to make the adjustment to their regulations to achieve the reduction, but gives them an option to do various things. Perhaps, for example, in Virginia, I can tell you what would happen. The season could be different. The size limit could be different. Those types of approaches that we wouldn't necessarily get from what we have now.
Chairman?
Hold on a minute. I had Walter, but I want to, isn't this essentially conservation equivalency?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
So we already have that option in here. Mike?
May I? I think that it is under conservation equivalency, but it's just something that's not really familiar right now as we go out for this document. And I think it is worthwhile to note that we've got this bay-wide quota. We have a mechanism to modify our regulations to make the reduction without being put into the situation that we really haven't had a measure yet that we can say we would stand by or that we would embrace. Happy if the board thinks this is all going to be covered under conservation equivalency to leave it at that.
Tony?
Doug, maybe it would help the board and the public if we were to put language in the document that explains what conservation equivalency could do and how, so that all states and all members of the public from all states could understand that conservation equivalency could occur. And I think there is some language in the document already that does state that, but we can relook at it to make sure it's very clear that that option is available for everybody, and that when we do the public hearings in those states, we can work with the state to emphasize what types of conservation equivalency they've done in the past or are thinking about doing, and so that we don't add additional options that may make one state think that another state is getting an advantage, potentially.
Rob?
So I think all is well, but you have to understand, seeing these options in the PDT and realizing that no one was really very supportive of any of these options is what led us to talk about the bay-wide quota, and maybe not to forget that the recreational part is in there. But I think at the end result, it will be the same as what other states face with either one fish or one fish with a slot. I think it'll achieve the same benefits, the same reductions.
You want it? You're reaching for it?
No, I don't think
Okay. If you've made the motion and it's been seconded, and if you would feel comfortable with going with the conservation equivalency being put up front in the document as an option that any state can have on this and clarified, that might make things simpler for the PDT, but your motion's up there if you want us to vote on it or not. We'll be glad to.
If there's some recognition that the Chesapeake Bay, beyond conservation equivalency, implemented a bay-wide quota for its recreational and commercial fisheries in 1997, and it's still there, then I think if the public sees that, then I would say what motion?
Is that... What do you think would be easiest from the PDT standpoint?
I'm wondering if we, once again, I'm trying to think of how we could better improve the document for clarity. If we just end up including an option that takes the reduction off of the total coastwide quota, and then the Bay states decide what, how to split it between rec and commercial, and I think there's more information that should go into that approach, like what kind of management measures you would use and what minimum size and that sort of thing. But is that kind of what you were getting at, Rob, or is this?
I think that's where it would end up, and I'm happy to withdraw my motion, and then tomorrow I want to reserve the right to come back to this jumping off point as far as where we're taking the reductions, because I know that got passed by. I was bringing that up back when Tom was doing the interval of the reductions, but I think it's going to be important tomorrow to talk about as we move forward, and don't forget that the assessment's through 2012. So I'm sorry to bring that up again, but it really is an inconsistency for me, and I'm hoping some of the other board members see that as well. But I withdraw the motion given the nice conversation.
Dennis?
Parliamentary question. The motion does not belong to the maker anymore. The motion belongs to the board.
So as Rob has offered to withdraw it, I'm going to ask the board if there is any objections to this being withdrawn. You're objecting to it, Pat?
Mr. Chairman, I would suggest that this motion be tabled to time certain tomorrow morning at the commencement of the meeting. And then it's there and we will address it. It's on there. We don't have to go through defeating or anything.
I think... Sorry about that. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Well, you always cut me off. I'm so used to it.
All right, so you object to this. I don't think personally, I don't think it needs to be tabled because we're going to suspend operations till 8 o'clock tomorrow morning with it. But it almost seemed like it might have been cleaner if we had just voted on it, up or down, if you're objecting to this. I think we should have voted, but we just lost a commissioner. So, thank you, Pat. Now, we're moving to recess till 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.